Today we got a crazy updates on what it do, what it do, what it do, cheat challenge. We got a lot of updates, so um, let's get right into it. I was streaming, but it was interrupted, so I guess we're gonna do it like this.
Hey bro, can you make me something that sounds like I just died, went to heaven in Japan, and some angels started singing to me?
We're waiting for
I
my
got you, bro.
beef patty to be ready.
That
Oh yeah.
SF Investigates was out here too, and then he pointed the same camera out that I pointed out. So I was like, "Oh, shit, that's cool. Like we see the same thing, you know?" So that was cool. Yeah, he was out here the other day. And so pretty much what I was saying that I wanted to come out here. I only made it about an hour headed home, and I was super tired, so I crashed out. I slept in my truck in a parking ride. I was just so tired. Then I woke up. Then I was like, all right, I need to get some drone footage. You know, once I got my head a little bit back on, I was like, okay, I didn't get drone footage, so I started heading back up in the morning, and then that's when I was looking for campsites because I was still tired in the morning. So I came up. I went up from an hour away from Santa Barbara, came back up, and started looking for campsites, and then I found a really nice one, and so I stayed there overnight and got some. I just slept all day yesterday. It was freaking nice, and now they have self service there, so I wasn't able to go live or anything like that, but it was good. It was good to like disconnect for a little bit, and I had a bunch of messages, you know, asking me if I was okay, and I am. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. You know, I just wish there was a way to send a Discord message or something to say that I was okay. But here we are. We're back at it. It's a Monday, and we're headed back. I'm on the 101 right now. We're headed back up to Santa Barbara. I do believe this is the route that he took because it's in the documents that he was on the 154, 101, 154, and San Marcos Road. So we're headed out there right now. And
The fuck?
document this because it's a beautiful area. We're by the coast, so it's just a gorgeous area.
Chad, this is a YouTuber by the name of Mark.
California guys,
And
LA.
y'all could go follow
Right by
him,
the
subscribe to
beach.
his channel. His name is Mark. That's all I got. And I'll put the link in the description. And we just checking it out. He's driving the route that David drove in the Tesla on the days that
Yeah, I love
who Celeste was allegedly, you know,
not again traffic.
situation. So, but we could come back to this right now, child. We're gonna pause this. And we're gonna go look at some Celeste news real quick. There's more stuff on Celeste right now. You know, there's a lot going on. Look. What did David do with a body for a week? This is exactly what we wanted to know, chat. So let's go
I've
for
got a
you.
big update for you guys about David today. We're still waiting for the big next court date, which I think is scheduled for the 26th of this month. But there's been a few new behind the scenes updates that I'm quite interested to update you guys on. Particularly, we've got some interesting denials coming from Celeste's family. Some of the rumors about David paying them off might have turned out to be cap. After all, we've apparently got pictures of the actual chainsaw that was delivered to David's house. We've got a bunch of new theories about
The
David
actual chainsaw,
in
chat.
this week in between actually
You don't
committing
want
the
to
murder
watch this.
allegedly
Don't
and
go
the
nowhere.
dismemberment that happened allegedly. And there's
You don't
been
want to
pictures,
go
people have
nowhere,
gone
chat.
to Celeste's
What happened, baby?
gravesite. They've been going to the mural in Lake Elsinore. And so I just want to give you guys just updates of everything related to this case
All
that's
right,
come out
puppy.
over the last 24 hours or so. And there are some really interesting things. So the first thing that I'm honestly quite relieved to hear this. They're now finally getting some information from Celeste's family. Celeste's father
Yes,
was
my
actually denied
baby.
ever meeting David
You're
until
more
someone came clean with
baby.
him. So everybody listen, the family, you all love pointing the
I
finger at
love
the
you,
family of an
puppy.
innocent murdered child. And I think it is very, very dark. But everybody's got to shut up now, because Celeste's own father has said there's no money changed hands. David did not pay us off. That's nonsense. Okay, and this is a grieving father. I think we
I would have
discussed
said
this
that.
already.
I would have.
So Celeste's
I
mother
thought the
said
same
he
thing,
never
Chad. Like,
even
who
met
the
David, much
fuck
less
is gonna let
receiving money
somebody
from him,
have
despite the rumors
sexual
swirling around the
relations with
family's
a
home. Tom
child
Basinger was
for
giving
money?
funds to the Rivas family.
How
There's been
how
online
greasy did you
speculation,
want them to
including on
be,
Reddit
bro?
and Facebook, springing up around Lake Elsinore, California, about 2 hours southeast of LA, that the disgraced singer and murder suspect gave money to the family. Jesus Rivas tells TMZ through his attorney Patrick Steinfeld, "I never had any contact with this guy, and we haven't ever received any money from him or anyone in his family." So as TMZ reported, the family of Celeste was so devastated and exhausted after David's first court appearance,
No,
they
puppy,
decided
no.
not to talk to the public or the media, and now they're dealing with gossip
No.
about supposedly
I
being
believe
paid
you.
off.
You
But
love
that
me.
apparently is not
You
true.
do not have to
Okay?
prove it.
Yes, it does appear to be true that David paid $1,000 to one of Celeste's classmates. We originally thought he might have been paying for her silence, but now it's come out that Celeste's family had actually done their best to keep Celeste away from David.
Look at that.
And that they had taken away her phone so she couldn't communicate with him.
Predator.
And literally, the creepy groomer that he is stalked her all the way to her school, found the classmates, and paid them $1,000 to give her a phone so
See?
that she could communicate with David.
I
without the background
knew
noise.
it.
Does that sound like a family that was paid off? That
No.
was, you know, a
He's a
p-wording their
predator.
daughter to this
Standard predator.
Hollywood celebrity while she was underage? No, I don't think so. Okay, so TMZ reached out to David's parents for comments. The attorney told TMZ, based on the advice of counsel, they don't have any comment at this time other than they fully support their son. That's David's parents, sorry, not Celeste's parents, David's parents. They fully support their alleged PDF murderer son. That's disgusting.
Obviously.
But yeah, so that's an update, okay? And this is the response over on the Celeste subreddit. It says, "I think it all started with Steve Fisher speculating about someone receiving payments.
Hey.
Steve didn't speculate on who may have received these hypothetical payments, but it was enough to start the rumor mill." So should we just revisit some of these comments? Now, I like Steve. I don't wanna unfairly attack Steve, but he has said a few things through the course of this case that right now we're getting new information to suggest maybe wasn't quite as cut and dry as we once thought. Okay, so let's see this clip. Let's see what they were saying.
Accountability. Well, I went with the charge. Could you see potential charges being pressed on the parents?
Yeah, I think it's too high profile of a case, right? So they're gonna say, "Oh shit, we, if we do that, we're gonna have a certain amount of the people that are gonna be like, I don't care if what they did is wrong. They, you got to give them some space because they're a grieving family, and they are, but they've also got to be like, hey, we messed up,
What do you think, Chad? You think that's true? You think that they're gonna be like, "Oh, we fucked up"? You think that they actually were in on it?
We messed up. And listen, there is, I think there's going to be financial transactions that come out in this that if this goes to trial, they're going to show that.
It's that part right there. That's the part that I'm talking about. That there's gonna be financial transactions. They probably are, but I don't think it's gonna be with our parents. Probably gonna be some friends, some teachers, some people like that. But I don't think that your parents are gonna compromise your safety for a fucking famous artist. They don't even know who the fuck he is. I didn't know who the fuck he was.
There were people that were getting money, and it's going to look really, really bad.
So, oh my God.
So he's hinting towards it. He's not outright saying that the family was paid, but he's saying people are going to be looking bad and there's financial transactions. People saying this is so sad. Never saw her parents' face before, but she was her dad's twin. People are sharing their own stories of grooming. I don't want to get too much into those personal stories on this video. So David started grooming Celeste online when she was 11. It's statistically true. Most children who run away from home are running from some sort of trauma or abuse, but that's not always the case. Sometimes children are groomed and lured away from loving homes by predators. I suspect this was the case with Celeste. It's very disheartening that strangers on the internet are blaming her parents when none of us have insight into what really happened. And it's very easy to sit in judgment of other people when you don't know the whole story. Yes, it's entirely possible her parents were neglectful, didn't care about her, and were getting paid off, but her parents reported her missing multiple times. Wonder if they didn't report David because they were more scared of alienating and losing Celeste altogether by doing that. Okay? The police have already cleared the family of any wrongdoing. They reported her missing. The problem lies with police never wanting to do anything about runaways. They took away her phone so he couldn't contact her again. The problem lies with David paying her peers to give her a new phone at school in secret. The mom would sleep on the floor to protect her from him. The problem lies with the fact that parents can't be with their children 24/7, and David paid for an Uber to whisk her away quickly. Okay? It says children of happy families can and do get groomed and run away because children's brains are underdeveloped and groomers are extremely manipulative. Blaming families of victims is a form of victim blaming. People always make up stories about victims and their families of true crime, which is deeply upsetting to loved ones and leads to real harassment and threats on the family and friends, as is the case with Celeste's family being threatened and harassed in real life. Super mature post. So true. Okay. So some people are still hating on the family, all that kind of thing. I don't think there's anything to it, okay? And as you can see, we've got it here in black and white. Celeste's own father has denied the payments that are happening. Now, there's a really interesting update from TMZ, and I know a lot of people aren't feeling TMZ lately, but they've put together a brand new updated timeline of the relationship of David and Celeste, which led to the alleged murder. So it says David will head to court this month for a preliminary hearing in Celeste's murder case that will be on the 26th, I believe. It says the singer, whose legal name is David Anthony Burke, has been charged with killing the teenager, but you might be wondering when everything went down and how they even met in the first place. TMZ got everything you need to know about David and Celeste. So here's how prosecutors say the timeline breaks down. So they met in January 2022, allegedly for the first time, when she was just 11 years old. And Celeste's former teacher told TMZ that he taught her at Lakeland Village School in Lake Elsinore, California, and that they met on social media. So their relationship apparently turned adult in nature while she was only 13 years old in November. Now, the court doesn't elaborate on the accusation or say how prosecutors arrived at it, but likely they know from his text messages with her that that's what was going down. There was discussions of pregnancy, plan B. It's obvious what was going down. It's very disgusting. You can see David and Celeste together on a live stream together. This is the infamous Delete Everything live stream where she basically says, is it controversial if you R-wording kids? All right. He knew what he was doing. That was wrong, allegedly. So she would be reported missing. But the live stream happened in January 2024 before she went missing. So what on earth was she doing over there? What on earth was going on? David was having this secret rendezvous with this underage girl. And, you know, the relationship had been adult in nature for months. And then he's putting her on a live stream. This is tapped. It's really interesting, though, because I'd always thought, how on earth could you be popping up on a live stream with a minor who's missing? Well, this live stream actually happened before she was reported missing. So this would have raised much more alarm bells. He was already trying to delete everything before anyone even knew. So in February, that's when she's reported missing. And according to prosecutors, Celeste's family reported her missing to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. The DA says the Riverside County Sheriffs called David on February 17th because they found his number in Celeste's phone records. And on the phone, David told authorities he hadn't talked to Celeste since February 13 or 14 and claimed he was unaware she was missing or that she was a minor. But that night, the LA County Sheriff's Department went to David's West Hollywood rental home where he told them he'd only met Celeste in person once the previous November, according to the brief. The court alleges that during this visit, David showed deputies a yearbook photo of Celeste on his phone. Now, I'd love to see the body cam from that, to be honest with you. It sounds like he was showing a yearbook photo to say, oh, I thought she would graduate, I thought she was older, as if that was the evidence. Who knows? Could have been AI. So Celeste would return home on February the 19th, 2024, a few days later. Just 2 days after the LA County deputies visited David home. And David told officers during the welfare check at home he didn't know where Celeste was during the period. I think, in my opinion, that's a lie. And he keeps on pursuing her. After the phone is taken away, he's seen in Lake Elsinore. Okay, and according to the filing, David continued to pursue her, even though he had been informed she was a minor. Celeste's parents took her phone away. He paid someone $1,000 to give a phone to her. And this photo that was taken in September of 2025 shows David near the victim's home in Lake Elsinore, interacting with a man holding a brown bag, but it's unclear if the pic was from the alleged visit in February of that year. So apparently, I don't think this picture was taken in September 2025. I actually think that I had seen date and time data related to this picture. I think I've seen this picture time stamped as December of 2024, but anyway, who knows? All right. So there was a comment on TikTok of David messing with a 13-year-old. The Celeste will be reported missing again, and that's when this poster went around, and we saw this poster was sent to David's friend Asia, who confirmed that she was sent this missing person's poster and basically was in shock that David was dating a minor. And I don't know if she lied to herself. I don't know if she just went on with it, but that was crazy. So throughout 2024, Celeste apparently traveled with David. These suspicious trips. She goes to Las Vegas, Texas, even London. And while she's in Texas, she meets David's family. David described these trips in an interview. And apparently throughout 2024, more texts would confirm the adult relationship between them. There were explicit photos that documented their relationship. He's cooked. They would apparently break up in November of 2024. We don't know why or how they broke up. They stayed in touch, and their alleged texts suggest they were still having adult relations. They would have a fight in April. According to the brief, text showed David and Celeste had a lengthy argument. Celeste was jealous David had other women, and Celeste had threatened to disclose damaging information about the relationship with the goal of ruining his life and career. So apparently that text argument took place the day before she died. So then he lured her to his home, brought her there in an Uber, and that's when she stopped using her phone. So at 8:40, that's when David sent an Uber to collect her. She was dropped off at 10:10 p.m. And then the indictment claims that very soon after the arrival, that's when he stabbed her to death and watched while she bled out. I don't know how they know that, but it says David didn't attempt to save her life, didn't call 911. And then he started sending fake texts asking where she was, part of a premeditated plan to cover up the murder because she was already dead. And then he drove to Santa Barbara County in the night. Now, I did a full breakdown yesterday on the Santa Barbara trip, any of the evidence that was gathered there. David's there all night, and he returns home in the early mornings. And he went straight to a radio interview to plug his upcoming album, and he texted Celeste 2 more times that day. Obviously, it went unanswered because she was already dead, and he ordered a shovel from Home Depot by Postmates that same day. He drops his album 2 days later, and he's just having a great time, okay? He drops Withered. He stops trying to contact her a day later, all right? Doesn't make any attempt to speak to her again. He buys 2 chainsaws on May the 1st under the fake name Victoria Mendez. He buys a body bag on May the 5th, a blue inflatable pool. These items were sent to his home. He apparently dismembers the body, and he goes to Santa Barbara again on May the 8th, probably to get rid of evidence. He buys a burn cage on July 7th, so he was probably going to burn the body or burn parts of the body, but he
that's crazy.
wasn't able to use that in Hollywood. He drives the Tesla for the last time at the end of July, and they basically believe David was the last person to drive it, and he parked it 400 feet from his home where it was eventually towed, and then the tour would start on August the 5th. He started playing the shows as if nothing had happened, but just over a month later, when the body is found in the Tesla, it is a big disaster. I'd love to know what David was thinking when all of this came out.
Me too.
Okay, she was found dismembered in the trunk.
That would be nice.
She was covered in insects. It is just disgusting. And he kept on performing. He performed in Minnesota. The next day, hit the stage at the Fillmore, kept going with his tour. But then a week later, Celeste's body is identified. Her mother identifies the body and says that she had a boyfriend named David, and basically blows his shit up. But it would take seven whole months, right? His home would be searched on September 17th. That's when they basically found blood in the garage. And they had it worked out for 7 months, right? They identified David having the same shush tattoo on his hand. David would eventually cancel his tour. He scrapped his European and UK shows. His label pumped the brakes on releasing his deluxe album, and then he pulls his bloody shirt merch. Okay, that is insane that he even was selling stuff like this with all of this going on. It's actually diabolical. Celeste death will be ruled a homicide in December. We wouldn't find out for months, but she was stabbed to death, and they actually knew that. David gets dropped by the label quietly, okay? Caliucci and others, 21 Savage is not on there, but he also pulled his collab with David, all right?
Wow.
January the 7th.
Talk about the industry turning their back on you.
That's more evidence.
Oh, yeah.
David is finally arrested 7 months after the body is found in April the 16th, and he would be charged with murder officially. You know, we got a Celeste cause of death. After
Murder was on his
we already
mind.
found it. We see David at a hearing. There's a sketch of him, iconic sketch, him requesting his haircut and new clothes. Probably heard me and Camel making fun of him and his awful hairstyle. But that's the full timeline as TMZ have broken it down there. I'm working on a sort of even bigger, more expanded timeline for a video on my main channel at the moment. And we're going to just break everything down once again with this new evidence, because it really tells a very sordid tale. When we had all these mysteries and he hadn't been arrested, there was so much benefit of the doubt that could be given to him. But that's all gone now. So I'm going to share with you a few other things. There's a few interesting posts. A lot of people are bragging up that David Asia knew about Celeste being a minor in 2024 and did nothing. We confirmed that this was a real conversation that happened, and people saying, sadly, almost everyone knew and nobody said everything. Hey, look at this. David's friend knew. She responded to a post. She found out Celeste's real age and stayed quiet. This was 2 days after. And this is literally like a day before the police are coming to David's house to tell him she's a minor. She responds, said, bro, this is my friend's girlfriend. Is there a way you can confirm she's 13? She says, what the F, you're lying. But no, that's her. I would love to know what the conversation with David was like after that, okay? People are saying, didn't she say she confronted David about it and he just showed her IDs? And that's apparently what she said. To be fair, she seemed confused. Maybe David really lied to her and she never thought her friend was a weirdo, but she continued to hang around with them both after the fact. she was killed over a year after this, she knew without a doubt Celeste was 14. She could have spoken up. She had an entire year. All of his goon team knew and did nothing. Horrible clout chasers and Nepo kids. At this point, I'm more focused on the criminal charges against David and if there were any co-conspirators. Honestly, I don't think going after a private citizen who by all means isn't famous will bring justice here. So there's pictures apparently of the actual chainsaw allegedly. This is being released by Steve Fisher, and I think this actually might well be the chainsaw that was used in the property. So it said David ordered 2 chainsaws. This was the one that was found in his garage. I wonder if he disposed of the one that he actually used. But he ordered 2. They were both delivered to his home on or around May the 5th. The DA stated Celeste was dismembered in a blue inflatable pool. They found several blue pieces of the pool on Celeste's body. They matched it with the pool that was found in David's garage. They also found one of the chainsaws but didn't take it as evidence because SF found it in the garage along with an incinerator. My question is, why didn't the LAPD take it as evidence if they think the other one was used? Could this be the identical chainsaw that David used, or did he use 2 different chainsaws? Edit, if you look next to the chainsaw, there's a box on the floor and it's a different chainsaw. As one amazing Redditor pointed out, one chainsaw has a cord, the other is cordless. The photo shows evidence of 2 different chainsaws, but we don't know if the one in the box is the one David used, and if the box is empty, and whether or not law enforcement didn't find the one used, or if David got rid of it. The DA didn't mention the chainsaw used in her evidence, but that doesn't mean they don't have it. So that is an image of the chainsaw, and they're saying there's another one on the floor. Is that this box? That looks like another chainsaw box. So yeah, it is very crazy. It says they probably swabbed it for DNA, applied luminol to check for the presence of blood, and determined it wasn't used, so they just photographed it. It says, yes, but if you don't have the chainsaw that dismembered her, but you have an identical one which you purchased with the one he used, I would think the DA could still use it at trial to show the jury this is the chainsaw that looks like the one he used. They have the pool, but they don't have the murder weapon. I think this is evidence, but he brought it right after the death. So it says one chainsaw in the burn cage was still in the package and wasn't used, so there's no point taking it for evidence. They just need to photograph them. But they took the pool because it was obviously ripped from being used and contained DNA. That needs to be sent to forensic labs for further testing. My question is, did he really keep the pool? Like, why though? Make no mistake, David is definitely guilty of messing with that little girl, and I believed he killed her, but you can't be that stupid. Apparently he can. Keeping the Amazon wrappers with a fake name, buying chainsaws, shovels, and a burn cage with your cards. Like, I genuinely can't believe someone is that stupid, and it would be the point where his money is the only thing that could have saved him. So I agree, it is very stupid. You will see the second chainsaw box in the photo. It's a Makita 18-volt brushless 10 top handle chainsaw. It says that has to be the chainsaw he used to dismember her. Remember her. That's the one they didn't find, only the box. He ordered 2 different chainsaws. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a moment to appreciate absolutely how stupid David Burke turned out to be and how everything he tried to do went terribly wrong in the sense of deleting evidence. It took so long for them to charge him that I started to worry that he's some sort of mastermind and they weren't going to have enough evidence to prove he killed her. But this is all coming together wonderfully, and at this point, I don't really see him weaseling his way out. What a great dude he is to leave so many clues just hanging around in his home in a car. Thanks so much, dummy. He is a moron. All right? I genuinely can't imagine a murder where anyone's incriminated themselves more than this. How is this dude even trying to plead guilty? So some people have actually been visiting and paying their respects to Celeste. This is footage of her actual gravesite. We did actually see videos and images of her funeral taking place several months ago, but now it would appear that people have actually visited the gravesites. And, you know, it looks like it's been tended to quite well. There's fresh flowers on the grave, which is nice to see. But it is really, really sad that it's even got to this point. It says, hopefully everyone's mature and lets her rest peacefully. Her family doesn't need the grave becoming a tourist destination. It's always a concern in these situations with a parasocial society. Please, everyone, keep their distance from the grave. Be mature and respect her family. Now, everyone's still dunking on the family. I really don't like that. There's actually still a memorial set up to Celeste in Lake Elsinore, where she comes from too. A few people have actually gone to visit that recently as well. And again, I'm happy to see that this has been so well looked after, but it's just so sad that this even exists. Someone said, I just came back from Celeste Memorial at Lake Elsinore and saw the place she grew up, people she probably knew in person, her neighbors and all. Rest in peace, sweet angel. People saying, so beautiful. Thank you for sharing the Hello Kitty stuff because she loved Hello Kitty. It's just so sad. Love how it's growing and getting bigger with people bringing and making things for her. Yeah, it's just so sad to see, but I'm the silver lining is that it's a beautiful tribute to her. So a lot of people have been asking and spreading, kind of putting forward their theories. What on earth did David do with Celeste between the time she died and when he put her in the pool? Does anyone know or have any theories? People saying, my theory is he hid her in the house somewhere, not really knowing what to do. So same here. He left 1.5 days leaves 1.5 or so days after the murder for New York and doesn't come back for a week or so. He got home on April 29th or 30th. If her body had been at room temperature the whole time, the smell would have been pretty overwhelming. And he posted decay a bunch of times from a burner account on the 30th and ordered 2 chainsaws on May the 1st. Okay. Because it's not been stated yet what the prosecution believes, but I believe that they've implied by omission of other info that he simply stored her somewhere inside the house or in the garage.
That's what I'm
Sure,
thinking.
cadaver dog would have pointed out the place or places that her body begun initial decomposition at the house.
I
It's
think he
hard
had
for
it
me
in
to
a
be sick to imagine
refrigerator.
dismembering a nearly 2-week-old decomposed body, even if it had been kept indoors in a regular air-conditioned environment. It's very messed up. I keep thinking he stored her in the bathroom and that's why he warned friends of the smell. So I think he did it in the bathtub at first and let her bleed out there. Bathtubs can never be cleaned from blood residue and neither can drains. He must have known that. I don't think he did. It said he would have needed to haul over 120 pounds of dead weight downstairs, potentially leaving blood trails all the way to the garage. That's when I thought after keeping the shower running for a while, he could have wrapped it in a body bag, then carried it with all that adrenaline and being afraid of being caught. People are stronger physically in that moment. Someone's saying, I'm curious about this time period too. Over the course of nearly 2 weeks, a body would be bloated, leaking fluids, and actively decaying without being frozen, despite possibly having a freezer in the garage. The reports of an odor make it seem like that isn't the case. Does the bathroom where he mentioned the smell have a tub? Maybe he just had her in the garage or his car. She was certainly within the house. The amount of time that he had her remains in his possession throughout the entire process is disturbing. The smell would have been absolutely horrific. It's evil and grotesque. So as gross as it sounds, I think he was obsessed or attached to her and kept her very close after he killed her. Dude is sick and deranged. I think he kept her close before the pool and long after decomposition because he thought she was his. She wasn't, but I assume he has the same twisted mind and thought processes as others in history who kept the people they murdered. People saying, I think it's way simpler than that. His album launched the very next day and he had a full schedule for that whole week. He flew to New York for a week, 2 days after the alleged murder. He probably hid her somewhere in the house, and when he came back from New York, he ordered his supplies and dismembered her as soon as he got them. All right. It's crazy. So Steve Fisher, the private investigator, he's actually been doing some first-hand research on the trip to Santa Barbara. And basically he's kind of given an update on actually going over there and breaking it down. So this is Steve Fisher's actively investigating the possible crime scene and dumping site locations of the SR-154 in Santa Barbara County. So this is what his tweet said. It said, on Friday, May the 1st, I spent the day in Santa Barbara County off SR-154 in the area where Celeste's passport card was found by a Caltrans worker. I captured high-resolution drone imagery of the area, and once I finish my current search mission in the Grand Canyon, I will process the imagery through the detection analysis programs we use. The area is covered by license plate readers, and the specific area where he appears to have pulled off the SR-154 has a gate that's closed from sunset to sunrise, so his car would have likely had to stay relatively close to SR-154. There are trails that lead down to the water, so someone could dispose of a chainsaw or other evidence there. Given how small and weak David is, I do not believe a chainsaw or other heavy evidence would be far into the water. The water is clear, and I was able to see several feet into it with a drone. I have a couple thousand high-resolution images from the area to process, and I've attached a few low-resolution preview images to give an idea of terrain. So he has taken very high-quality images from above, and he's actually going to be investigating and looking for additional evidence. So shout out to Steve. And people are pointing out he roasted David, saying, given how small and weak he is. He was saying, why is he investigating still? I don't get it. I understand originally the landlord of David's house hired him to get info about what had happened in the house, but I think it's safe to say the police have it covered now. Because I'm a bit confused as to why they hired him for specifically, based on what SF has been doing. I guess it's hard to find out what happened in the house itself. Not going on a goose chase all over the place like this, but perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps they hired SF to find out everything to do with the case. They're saying SF is grasping for news. Now, he did share another theory on the murder, and I'm not going to lie. Shout out to SF. I like Steve, but this was dumb. This is one of the dumbest things I've seen posted by Steve in his tenure as a David investigator.
Oh, shit.
He said, I can't stop thinking about the timeline of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez as put forward in the pre-trial brief.
Did he just shit on SF like that? Oh my God. Trapmore Ross shits on Steve, the private investigator. SF investigates. This is fucking crazy.
He said, I can't stop thinking about the timeline of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I like Steve, but this was dumb. This is one of the dumbest things I've seen posted by Steve in his tenure as a David investigator. He said, I can't stop thinking about the timeline of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez as put forward in the pre-trial brief. Could the 10:30 p.m. "Where are you?" text messages actually be real and not a staged alibi? Could Celeste have walked away after an argument upon arriving in the Uber? Maybe those texts were from David asking where she was. were real, and after he didn't receive a response, he went looking for her and found her, and they ended up driving to Santa Barbara County where the killing actually might have taken place. Okay, he could have shut her phone off when finding her. In that scenario, her body could have remained along SR 154 for roughly 12 days until the pool, body bag, laundry bags, and chainsaws were ordered and delivered on May the 1st and May the 5th. It's also worth noting that the pool was ordered after her death, meaning it would not have contained blood from the actual killing. That's really interesting. So the DA's version of events is a very compressed timeline: arrival at 10:10 p.m., fatal stabbing, then being composed enough to send an alibi text by 10:30 p.m. That's a 20-minute window. They also claim the trip to Santa Barbara that evening was to start disposing of evidence. However, the evidence had not been purchased yet.
So then what the fuck you mean is the stupidest post?
Pool, chainsaw, shovel, and other items had not even been ordered at the time of the first Santa Barbara trip. There's also the question of storing a body at his manager Josh Marshall's rental house for 12 days while waiting for tools, with nearby neighbors and decomposition odors likely becoming noticeable within a few days, all while David was out of town and having to trust that nobody would even enter the house that wasn't even leased to him. None of this changes the central point that David is responsible, allegedly. He killed Celeste, allegedly, and that I am certain of, in his opinion. Like I said, the DA is likely correct in their theory, but they're working with all the evidence. So a lot of people thought this was really dumb. Okay, people saying Steve needs to stay quiet. He's not got all the evidence. Prosecutors do. And newsflash, he's not gonna. Now he's making himself look ridiculous. Okay, people saying he needs to stop at this point. Okay. It says 20 minutes is plenty of time for a murderer to occur. The University of Idaho murders happened in under 20 minutes, and that case had 4 victims. Says this makes him look bad. Terrible theory that doesn't make sense. I can't understand this when they found evidence and DNA in the garage. Okay, Steve needs to. A lot of people aren't feeling Steve. I think this was a bad move, to be honest with you. But there's kind of lots of different theories about different aspects of the case now picking up steam.
You're gonna jump on the bandwagon?
This is the finger theory. Okay, someone's saying, I have a sick theory. Sorry, I don't know if I'm reaching here, but there's so much coming out. I don't know what to expect anymore. But David's celebrity crush is Taylor Russell, and he likes the film Bones and All. What if he ate Celeste's fingers? Perhaps the bones were buried in Santa Barbara. He did say it was his favorite movie too. I wouldn't be surprised. Someone said I commented this a few days ago and agree fully. What if they never find them? I feel like it's definitely a possibility, but we'll have to see if any more info comes out. Said every time I see a video about David, I get annoyed because I think it's too absurd. But then I remember everything he did to her, and I realize nothing is too far-fetched. I hope this theory is being considered by lawyers and the court. Sick. Death is too much of a sentence for him. It's too kind of a sentence for him. Hopefully they trick him into giving all the details for less time, but hopefully then they give him life without parole anyway. So gross. I've thought about this also. Not going to hold you. One of the animes that you watched involved one of the characters' fingers being eaten in order for that person to absorb their powers. I do not know the name of the anime or the name of the character the fingers were cut off of, but if you search on here, I'm sure somebody has mentioned the video of David having what looks like a finger attached to a bag of his and spoke on that particular anime. We'd hope that he wouldn't do something that insane, but there's no low to how low this depraved guy went with this. Justice for Celeste. May he get that he'll be dished out thricefold. The anime name is Jujutsu Kaisen, and the character is Yuji Itadori. And he has Yuji Itadori as his Reddit profile banner as well. That's just so dark.
You know what's crazy, chat? Dead Mouse asked him. Check this out.
The anime name is Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen. If we go to Dead Mouse and David, watch this chat. Watch this chat. Let me find out she took it down. Yo, that's crazy. What did they take it down or something? There we go. No, not Dead Mouse. What's that chick's name? What's that girl's name? Something Mouse. Shit. Maybe it's when he was at TwitchCon?
It's in water. Yeah, that's in water. It's in water. It's in water. It's in water.
That's her, right?
Nah, that's not the right one. That's Celeste, the 21-year-old. Wrong Celeste, buddy. Telling you, Chad. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something. I'm telling you, I've seen that name.
Wheezy baby.
Damn. 11 minutes ago.
I've got to speak on this one. I am very, very upset by some of what I've seen on my timeline regarding David recently, and I'm honestly a little bit disappointed to
DJ back again.
Alcoholics 3 days ago. We might find it here. Let's see.
You can choose a potential spouse from.
See if we find it here. He says every interview, so let's see. I'm sorry, Chad, I'm forcing y'all to do all this, but this is my investigative reports. I'm looking for a specific thing. Yeah, this might be.
It's been like mad love, 25 million views over the Lightning McQueen.
Spontaneous people start itself. It's pre-humble. It's time murder. Era is conducted basically listen to stems with school. I was reading of the drums are very crazy with what about and turn psychology to new things. It starts maybe song healers contrast and the complication different thing. Even with 5 youth murder and the came to now it's so exactly could have sky explores it. This would have been released took place, but she was at the same period of time. Hopefully, they don't play any of his music.
About romantic homicide because it blew up on TikTok and it catapulted you into the spotlight.
God. So what's interesting is this is definitely after his Coachella set because it talks about how he turned his Coachella set into an immersive experience.
Up like that.
It was interesting because like in my, because I was homeschooled and like that's really all I had was the internet. I'd gained some.
It's dark. Makes me sick.
This is what's in my phone with conflict.
In this event, right?
An album and there would be no progressing.
We're on his view with Complex. Ironically, in this interview, he's talking about what's in his phone.
This is the craziest shit ever, Chad. You could probably go and trip the fuck out, but watch what he says.
My phone got stolen. This is the
It got stolen, did it?
lock screen. Yeah, I checked my location on my other phone this morning. It's in China right now getting dismembered, so.
Yeah, he just said that.
Dismembered?
Tragic. I'm David.
That's crazy. It's crazy that he found a joke in that. No, he don't got a re-interview. What the fuck is that interview? What's that chick's name anyway? Let me see something. Maybe I'll find her name in here somewhere. I think Penguin Zero destroyed her. She's a VTuber. Wait. Oh, you know who had beef with her? Rakai. And Ray. Aryan Mouse. That's her name. Iron Mouse. Let's go Iron Mouse and Dave. Watch this, chat. Sorry, it took me a minute to get there. Here we go. Chat. Check this out.
I've got singer-songwriter.
Watch this, chat.
You said that anime is one of your biggest influences, so I thought you'd be the perfect person to handle an anime lightning round.
Okay.
There we go. Now, guys, let's go back to that name right there. You see that name right there? This anime is a person who eats someone's finger to consume their power, right?
He'll be dished out thricefold. The anime name is Jujutsu Kaisen, and the character is Yuji Itadori.
Yuji Itadori, Jujutsu Kaisen. Watch this.
I'm gonna ask you some questions, and you say the first thing that pops into your head, okay?
Okay, easy.
Okay. Best anime OP.
Kaikaki-tan, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1.
See? What he just said? Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1. Chat. What if the finger that Celeste is missing, he ate it?
I've got singer-songwriter David with me. You said that anime is one of your questions, and you say the first thing that pops into your head, okay?
Okay, easy.
Okay. Best anime OP. I've got singer-songwriter David with me. I'm gonna ask you some questions, and you say the first thing that pops into your head, okay?
Okay, easy.
Okay. Best anime OP.
Best anime OP. And guess what he's gonna say?
Thricefold. The anime name is Jujutsu Kaisen, and the character is Yuji Itadori.
There you go. Watch this.
Kaikaki-tan, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Chat, maybe we should go to YouTube and see that shit ourselves. What is the premise of Jujutsu Kaisen? Jujutsu Kaisen. Trailer. Let's do a trailer. Oh, we could see what it's about. All right? We could get an idea. Season 1, 2. All right? All right? Aren't they right? Let's see what this is about.
We are all born with curse. Just swelling inside, growing with the population. But as the saying goes, we gotta fight fire with fire. You got all that? Then get ready. Everything's fine. I'm numero uno when it comes to this.
Did that guy have a bandana around his eyes? Like the Itami character? I'm just saying.
Everything's fine. I'm numero.
See? See? The Itami character, he bit it from this shit. Jujutsu Kaisen.
It doesn't matter who they are. I'm gonna help them.
I want to keep doing this. That's just who I am.
I choose to live my life without regret. There's no mistaking it. The Leatherface Spectre is the king of all curses.
There's the fucking finger right there. There's the finger, chat. Remember? She's missing a finger. All right, now we need somebody that can tell us what this show is about. I don't know. See, look. Remember Celeste? They found her missing an eye. Look, that guy's missing. That character's missing an eye. I think David's a giant copycat who emulates something he sees in animes. Okay, season 1. What is that other anime? He said he's the 2 characters, HP the Psycho, I think it is. What's that anime that he likes? Anime about detectives who solves his own murders. Gotta be on one of these lists. Well, not there, huh? They're gonna make me work. Psychopath? No. Even Death Note made it, but that one's not here. Best detective animes. Let's see.
The AI Toolkit is live on Artlist. Every leading AI tool you need for video creation is now organized.
Brains, blood, and billionaires. This isn't your average mystery list. Whether you're into psychological warfare, gothic crime scenes, or detectives with unlimited bank accounts, this lineup is built to twist your mind and keep you guessing till the last frame. To Anime Dungeon, where storytelling meets obsession. Today's list comes straight from one of you, a subscriber who asked for the best detective anime out there. And trust us, we went full Sherlock mode to pull this off. These aren't just hood units, they're psychological chess matches, philosophical rabbit holes, and high-stakes thrillers that redefine what detective anime can be. So grab your magnifying glass, or your popcorn, because these shows will mess with your mind in the best way possible. Stick around till the end. There's a twist in this list you won't want to miss. In a world where crime scenes are biological puzzles, Ameku MD reinvents detective anime through the lens of medical drama. Dr. Blair or aesthetics. It's a slow formula.
Keep going, keep going.
Set in the technologically advanced archipelago of Cremona, the beginning throws you into a labyrinth of serial killings, political intrigue, and supernatural evolution. At its core is Keith Flick, a reclusive genius detective called back into action to investigate a mysterious killer named Killer B. But nothing is what it seems. The murders are just the surface of a global conspiracy involving a shadowy organization and a genetically enhanced human. The pacing is razor sharp. The art direction cinematic, and the soundtrack moody and powerful thanks to Yoko Kanno. What makes B shine is its dual protagonist format. Keith represents logic and deduction, while Koku, the superhuman being, adds action and mystique. This show doesn't just challenge your ability to follow most. Daisuke solves cases using high-end drones, surveillance AI, and luxury cars, making him the anime version of Batman, if Batman had zero patience for subtlety. But beneath the flashy tech and absurd wealth lies a surprisingly grounded narrative about corruption, legacy, and moral responsibility. Paired with his straight-laced partner Haru, the series offers not just slick visuals and explosive sequences, but also heartfelt character growth. The dynamic between wealth and justice is constantly questioned, making the show more than just eye candy. It's a wild ride with heart and surprisingly sharp satire. Ron Kamonohashi was once hailed as a genius until a scandal forced him into seclusion. Now, years later, he returns as an unofficial consultant to the police, solving cases in secret while battling his own haunted past. This anime blends quirky comedy with sharp mystery, centering around Ron's partnership with Toto, a rule-following officer who serves as the Watson to Ron's chaotic Sherlock. Each case offers clever twists and plenty of visual flair, but it's the deeper story, Ron's emotional wounds and mysterious band, that adds richness to the experience. The show isn't afraid to be strange, eccentric, or emotionally raw. Ron's breakdowns during deductions add suspense and unpredictability, making each one's a... In a rural village plagued by mysterious deaths, a detective named Inugami arrives. Only he's not investigating a human killer. He's hunting something much darker. Kimono Jihen takes classic detective structure and weaves it into a supernatural coming-of-age story. Our protagonist, Kabani, is a quiet, emotionless boy with a monstrous secret of his own. What follows is a series of cases involving yokai, demons, and hidden clans, as Kabani and a group of other half-human kids work under Inugami's guidance. What makes this anime shine isn't just the monster of the week format. It's how it uses those cases to explore identity, trauma, and acceptance. With stylish action, grounded emotional arcs, and a strong sense of mystery, Kimono Jihen balances its detective roots with supernatural world-building in a way that keeps you hooked from start to finish. Imagine a world where vampires, werewolves, and immortals walk among humans. Is it a mortal car? And each case
We're not getting close.
themes of prejudice, existential dread, and the nature of the soul. The writing is sharp, and the art direction channels gothic anime vibes without ever feeling too heavy. It's smart, stylish, and totally unique. A beautifully absurd mystery series you didn't know you needed.
I definitely didn't know I needed it.
You know Sherlock Holmes, but have you ever rooted for the villain? Moriarty the Patriot flips the detective genre on its head, casting Professor James Moriarty as the anti-hero, a criminal consultant who believes crime is the cure for a corrupt society. Set in Victorian England, the series is lush with gothic elegance, social critique, and elaborate schemes that challenge both the police and the crown. Moriarty doesn't just solve mysteries, he engineers them to punish the powerful and free the oppressed. His battles with Sherlock Holmes are more than mental duels, they're ideological wars about justice, power, and revolution. With meticulous planning, charismatic villains, and stunning production design, Moriarty the Patriot isn't just a detective anime, it's a revolution dressed in a tailored suit.
I just want to get to the one I'm looking for, chat. I'm so fucking over it.
I'm going to start with this loop that I made here.
The Sybil system, being a detective isn't about finding evidence, it's about judging minds. Psycho Pass is a sci-fi noir masterpiece that merges crime thriller with philosophical inquiry. Inspector Akane Tsunemori starts as an idealist in a system that predicts criminal behavior before it happens, but she quickly discovers the ethical rot at its core. With deep questions about free will, justice, and identity, every case peels back another layer of dystopian horror. The visual design is sleek, the violence is brutal, and the psychological tension never lets up. It's Blade Runner meets Minority Report, but with the intensity cranked to 11. If you like your mysteries tangled in moral gray zones, Psycho Pass is the case file you'll obsess over. An absolute legend in the genre, Detective Conan is anime's longest-running crime series for a reason. Shinichi Kudo, a teenage prodigy, is transformed into a child and takes on the alias Conan Edogawa. But don't let the cute visuals fool you. This show is packed with complex cases, clever clues, and jaw-dropping reveals. Whether it's a locked room murder or a cryptic cipher left at a crime scene, Conan cracks it with cold logic and a watch that knocks grown adults unconscious. With over 1,000 episodes, the series has grown deeper and darker over time, especially when it comes to the mysterious black organization that poisoned him. It's smart, consistent, and full of charm. If you're looking for quantity and quality, Case Closed delivers a masterclass in episodic mystery storytelling. Enjoying the list so far? Hit that like button. It helps us know you're into these deep anime dives. No supernatural powers, no gadgets, just a surgeon, a psychopath, and the darkest corners of the human mind. Monster is psychological suspense at its most terrifying. Dr. Kenzo Tenma saves a boy's life only to discover he's rescued a future serial killer. What follows is a sprawling journey across Europe as Tenma hunts down the monster he once saved, unraveling a web of trauma, manipulation, and twisted ideology. Every character feels real. Every decision has consequences. The anime asks a chilling question. What is the value of a life, and what do we become when we try to answer it? It's slow, patient, and masterfully written. No other anime captures the dread of hunting a human monster like this one. If you watch only one anime from this list, let it be Monster. And there you have it, 10 detective anime that don't just entertain, they interrogate your mind. From morally gray masterminds to cursed immortals and billionaires with badges, these stories prove one thing. Mystery anime is thriving, and it's more twisted and brilliant than ever. These were just the top 10 legends, but stay tuned, because we have underrated gems coming up that will truly play with your mind. Huge shout out to Aditsa Love Thang, one of our awesome subscribers, for suggesting this killer topic. You cracked the case before we did. Now it's your turn.
Character of the Autotune 2026 algorithm is unmatched.
All you ever wanted was the flowers, he will never take you on a date. Wine and staying up late.
Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. Autotune 2026 is giving you the same legendary algorithm, but with the lowest latency of any Autotune version yet, and with more stability. Start with these settings, but don't be afraid to experiment and use your ears. See what sounds the best for you. The artists and engineers who define...
No, sorry. Negativo.
Do you have any indication about where David is right now?
Guys was going past this one cell, so when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him.
David's life inside a prison has just changed dramatically after new evidence shared during his court hearing today revealed the truth. One reaction read, "Just want to say good luck to David going back to his cell block after this court hearing. Once inmates hear this stuff, he's gonna be cooked." David purchased the supplies to try and hide Celeste off Amazon and Postmates. It was announced in court, David allegedly took Celeste's left ring and pinky finger because her finger contained a tattoo of his name. They were never recovered, but the singer allegedly used a fake name of Victoria Mendez to order 2 chainsaws, a bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool, all from Amazon, in addition to a shovel from Home Depot via Postmates. Then his last ever purchase on Amazon under the name Victoria Mendez Hernandez reads, additionally, on July 7th, 2025, defendant ordered and Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate the evidence. This actually answers the question we had when police originally found the incinerator months ago.
I've been wondering just what it was that a private investigator named Steve Fisher found inside David's home when he was given access last October. The PI reported seeing, quote, items you would expect to find on a farm rather than in a home in the Hollywood Hills. And today, we are learning about one of those items.
As David would use it to burn all of the tools that he used in trying to hide Celeste. Details of it reads, a private investigator reveals that an incinerator capable of burning at temperatures up to 1600 degrees has been found inside of David's home. The incinerator he purchased is actually used at farms and is illegal for any LA resident to have without a permit or owning a registered farm, meaning he had to fake a farm ID just to have it delivered. Also shared in the court was David predicting all of this happening by revealing the way that he wants to go out that investigators found on a live stream.
Their surgery will probably give me mental problems. I already got them. Give me more. I'm trying to get electric chair. I think that's the best way to go out, electric chair.
With this being revealed inside a court, it turned David into a higher risk inmate, meaning he now needs to be held in a higher security. It reads, quote, David's current jail situations: being held in a segregated single cell, escorted from his cell to shower, which he is allowed every other day, only allowed to make phone calls on the day that he showers, getting 3 hours of rec time with fresh air per week, no access to a TV, cannot have visitors at this time, reportedly has no money on his books. One law enforcement source even described the facilities in as dirty, smelly, and wild, which will not suit David well, as on his arrest poster, he is listed at 5'5", 125 pounds, which is extremely undersized when going into one of the worst jails in the United States, where you will be targeted for the crimes that you committed. It's going to be the complete opposite than the regular $1 million lifestyle that he is used to living. On top of this, David is not going to like his food choices either. According to the jail records, 6 days a week, this is what is served to inmates: macaroni and beef dinner, 1 apple, 8 ounces of milk, and for dessert is a peanut butter granola bar, which won't help David grow any muscle while inside a jail to try to defend himself. As according to the news, David has been transferred to the Men's Central Jail in LA County. It's been reported that he's in solitary as he is a public figure, making many believe his celebrity status will save him, but it won't. One viral reply reads, even with David being placed in solitary confinement, he will still get his 1 to 3 hour rec time per day, where the other PC inmates will confront him and deal with him due to the charges against him. There is no way of staying safe in there after committing the crimes that he did. A former prison inmate who actually stayed at the same jail that David's currently at explained what will likely happen to him, as he won't be able to leave his cell, but other inmates will be walking by him.
How are offenders and treated in prison? Got treated bad. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even think nothing about that. I just know that it was like every 15 to 20 minutes that went past, guys was going past this one cell, and it'd be like, there's 3 of them. One of them would grab the cell door and then be on this side like this, and then the other 2 would be on this side. So the one, and they did this like every 20 to 30 minutes, every like clockwork. And this one would yank the door open, and the other 2 on this side had cups full of and boo-boo. So when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him, and then boom, close the door, lock it on him. You know, so that was crazy. But and then some was getting jumped on, some was.
Chat, don't forget, subs are on sale. Subs are on sale, 35% off on the subs. Guys, sub up to the channel if you like what you see. If you enjoy all the up-to-date news on David and Celeste. Guys, you up for the Call of Duty challenges. If you here for the Call of Duty marathons, chat, drop a support. Twitch subs are on sale. Sub up today, chat. Do not miss out on that, chat.
Getting slapped, extorted. Some was getting having to do favors.
In case you're unaware, how a cell block works is once you enter in your compound, your paperwork or your charges will be shared around cell to cell to see if you're welcome. You tell me if you would welcome David after hearing his official charges reading. David reportedly committed the crime with a sharp object, according to prosecutors. The charges against David include 1 charge of M charge for financial gain, M charge to prevent testimony, M charge by lying in wait, use of a strong object, and charges for what he did to Celeste in the aftermath, as highlighted by Jesse Weber of Law and Crime.
First of all, we suspected that David would be charged with after that was what he was arrested for, and in other court documents that came out a couple months ago, we know that he was being investigated for murder.
Oh my goodness.
First-degree murder with special circumstances?
Yeah, that's
lying in wait to
that's cool.
murdering a witness as part of an investigation,
That's
murdering for financial gain,
That's
now facing the
crazy.
possibility of the death penalty, even though it's my understanding there is a moratorium in California. That is a huge deal.
The most concerning part for David is there is almost no way of getting out of this because the evidence against him already confirms that it's all true. The feds announced new evidence was found relating to Celeste telling David she's going to tell on him to the police days before she passed, where there is text messages of the entire situation, getting a reaction by DJ Academics.
They're saying that the Celeste girl, maybe she was already talking to the cops like, yeah, this creep is, you know, he on me. Now, granted, who knows if David was trying to leave her or whatever the case is, but look like she would also try to threaten David with that to say, yo, you know, I'm about to go tell on your right? Which already you should know, he should have knew that he's doing something wrong. Well, I mean, he should have knew of GP, like she's gang. But she would, allegedly, according to this complaint, she had threatened that, yo, you know, I could ruin your music career or something like that.
This will be more than enough to have David dealt with while inside a jail, which does make his family very nervous. David's family reacted when he was...
Now, chat, that changes things. You know that, right? That changes things because that probably explains why they say that he murdered a witness. Right? Like, think about that for a second, chat. Why would the police charge him with murdering a witness? Look, it says he's charged with murdering a witness. Now, why would he be charged with murdering a witness unless she was already cooperating with police? Look right there. 9 in way to prevent a testimony, chat. Murder to prevent a testimony, chat. That's crazy.
Music career or something like that.
This will be more than enough to have David dealt with while inside a jail, which does make his family very nervous. David's family reacted when he was denied bail. We are disappointed but not surprised that the district attorney made this decision. David's family stands behind him 100%, but it's David's reaction that changes everything, knowing he is about to spend the rest of his life inside a prison. It reads, quote, while the judge was listing off David's charges, the famous singer was seen with an open mouth as if he was surprised and or yelling, as the judge ended his statement by mentioning the chance of the penalty, which also surprised many inside of the courtroom. It was then time for David's lawyers to make a statement reading, from David's defense at today's hearing they said, we believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not commit the crime, nor was he the cause of her passing. They then have asked for a preliminary hearing within 10 days as required by the state. If defense doesn't waive, they said, we would like to be able to have all the evidence come to light at the earliest opportunity. Where David once again had a very nervous reaction listening to his lawyer say they plead not guilty. Reading, quote, David Burke reportedly appeared nervous with his eyes darting around and pled not guilty. His attorneys are requesting a full preliminary hearing with grand jury transcripts. His next hearing is April 23rd. But this is where the story gets very interesting. At the end of his latest latest court hearing, news investigators raised
Over here.
one important question: why did David's arrest take so long? It would then be answered by a quote of, investigators revealed David's arrest took so long due to the feds having a wiretap across all of David's devices, sitting back and letting all of his slip-ups get collected. However, there's another reason. They've also been investigating his close friends as well and secured deals with witnesses who will testify about his relationship with Celeste, essentially winning the case before it even begins, with one important person being his alleged secret lover named Neo Langston. He wrote on his Instagram, "Thankfully, I'm legally fine in every way, and boy do I got all my receipts for things," as old photos and Instagram videos show David and Neo recreating the famous Titanic pose, laying in bed together, and so much more. For the longest time, he was a mystery man in the case.
You know who that person is, and do you believe that is the person that moved the Tesla?
So I believe I definitely know who moved that Tesla on that late July before they went on tour. I can't say who the person, and I don't mean I can't say for, but I don't know who exactly was in that house because it's just a report, but there's video, but you can't make a person out. But somebody was in the house, and being that there's only one key, it's like, okay, who had access at that time? So is it the same person that moved the Tesla? Was another last part of the plan about to go in motion as far as getting rid of her? I don't know.
This 5-second tip will finally save you from foot fungus forever. Even if you soak your feet in vinegar.
It was very important.
What do you think, Chad? You think it was Neo who moved the Tesla? Think that's why he's pleading the fifth, and they're trying to negotiate a proffer with him with immunity? Because he was the one moving the Tesla for him. Probably he was getting calls like, "Yo, you got to move the Tesla before he gets a ticket. Yo, you know the body's in there."
For the feds to get Neo on their side for one specific reason, and it's what was found on David's iCloud account. An investigator wrote, the prosecutor applied saying there was 40 terabytes of discovery in this case, and it would take a while for them to get that to the defense team, meaning they have over 40 terabytes of files relating to evidence against David in the case, messages between him and Celeste, him and Neo, as well as all of his plans for what he did after the crime took place. On top of this was evidence that was also leaked online. I was able to find it all. You tell me if he sounds guilty in the comments after hearing it all, which first began with a video found on David's iCloud, seeming like a confession. The investigator notices the picture frame behind David. It's the same one in his secret rental home where Celeste would live. They also checked the date when David recorded the video with the metadata showing a date that lines up perfectly to the time investigators believe Celeste had passed.
I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minute, but I just had some words to share with you for 2025. Despite all the craziness that's going on, all the turmoil, the natural disasters, the pain,
the murders,
and things like that this year, I just wanted to tell you guys not to be discouraged and not to lose hope and not to turn your face from God in these times of evil. And it seems like it's the most insane start to a year that I've ever seen. But God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. So keep that sound mind 2025. Stay prayed up.
In the video, David randomly mentions all of the passings that have been happening in his life. Investigators looked
Yo, 2025 was when he killed Celeste.
into it, and they left a note in the evidence file saying there was no close family, no close friends that had passed around the time David took the video, suggesting he's literally hinting towards Celeste. However, the feds would have extreme detail on the relationship between David and Celeste before the crime took place. They even showed the moment where David soft-launched the relationship to all of his fans while on live stream.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which one? What's good, David? Big fan, big family. Oh, thank you. Mitchell.
I gotta sign with him if you even... We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
While leaving a side note of the sweater Celeste is wearing during the Twitch livestream was actually found in David's secret rental home, confirming Celeste likely lived there. But here's where it gets very odd. On David's iPhone, there's a photo of Celeste in a designer rip style hoodie. This is different than the one on stream. They noted in a post reading, saw this on Reddit, is the hoodie circled, not the one Celeste is wearing in that picture, showing the same hoodie on the floor inside of a selfie David took in his bedroom, further confirming they also likely shared a bedroom and/or clothing. So while investigating through the clothing, they also found that David and Celeste ended up sharing the same Halloween costume. It was shared, quote, David update, alleged photo of David.
See? That's creepy, chat. Because he's wearing that wig after she died.
Wearing a similar wig to the one Celeste was wearing has surfaced online, where David was wearing Celeste's Halloween costume to an anime convention, which anime is a massive part of David's life. David would describe how he wants to be an anime character, and when he did it, it was very weird. David confirmed that he is an alter ego who likes to live in an anime-like world. He likes to imagine that he's a character who goes out and commits very serious crimes, but listen to the crime that he would use as an example.
Basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and the story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden, and he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving that I'm committing myself. And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it, like it was in the vault.
The feds also noted this one viral reply that read, there's hundreds of crimes that he could have used as an example when describing his alter ego, but he chooses to say that. I can't be the only one seeing how obvious this all is, right? But this was
his alter ego could have stolen cars, could have been a drug dealer, could have been a hacker, could have been a lot of things. But what is he? A murderer. I wonder why David could just not think about something other than murder.
David's major problem. Everything he did was completely obvious and out in the open, just like when he tried to hide all of his money and assets. While literally being investigated for the crime, he tried to hide everything. Reading quote, sources believe after David hired his new legal firm and transferred assets from out of his name, he's preparing for the police to close on him, which he did get arrested, and a lawyer would explain what he was trying to do.
You know, transferring these assets in the middle of an investigation, as opposed to 2 years ago or a year ago.
Yeah, that's really stupid. That's obvious that you did it for malicious intent to try to evade prosecution and trying to be one step ahead of the law. That's illegal. That's like inside trading.
Right. Could a court look at this and say this was a deliberate attempt to, what you say, concealing assets, and they...
Yeah, that makes you look guilty. You knew that whatever you did was so bad, they were going to confiscate your assets. Well, if you do that, that's a fucking admission of guilt.
They could breach it, they could pierce it, they could say, even though that you've transferred this into your mother's name, that was invalid. This is a way for, let's say, a plaintiff who sues him, or let's say in a criminal judgment to pay that fine. Can a court look at that and say, even though you transferred it, it's still open season on those property?
Oh, it's definitely open season. That's the way. That's like signing under duress. That's like doing a contract while being intoxicated. That's like being held at gunpoint, like Gucci Mane by Pooh Shiesty. Like, it's not valid. If he does it within a certain time period of his being alleged tied to a crime, yeah, no, that don't count no more. That's it. All his shit is up for grabs. All his properties are up for grabs. His bank accounts are up for grabs. None of his shit. He's fucked. He's fucked. He did not save shit. So if you ask me, when he killed, I think that if he's smart, he'll say that he killed her, but he didn't premeditate it. If he's smart.
This is what's so puzzling about this. It is a very basic premise of law throughout the country that you can't transfer assets after the event happens that would otherwise trigger collecting on those assets.
See, that's the law right there. You cannot transfer assets if it's going to trigger that whatever your judgment is going to be, it will be collecting on those assets. Just like the game. The game tried to change his assets to somebody's name. You can't. You cannot do that after the judgment is near or around the time that that happens, because they're going to say that obviously you're going to transfer out for the necessity of keeping the gains, but if you are going to end up in a judgment where you got to pay something, they're going to need that fucking property.
So we have rules in different states. Sometimes they're called fraudulent transfers. Sometimes they're called fraudulent conveyances. There's a lot of different names for them. But the crux of it is you cannot transfer assets.
Another strange thing he did out in the open was retrieving the Tesla that Celeste was in. 48 hours before David's Tesla was set to go to auction, due to him not picking up the car at the impound lot, he would go and hire someone to pick up the car, for whatever reason wanting to keep the car, some believe, as a trophy.
Let me read you
what
God. Steve recently posted on X, okay?
Idiot.
David's Tesla, the vehicle in which Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found, was held by LAPD for only 48 hours to process evidence. After that, it was returned to the impound lot for David to retrieve, which he had not done until today. The Tesla was scheduled to go to auction tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and I had planned to attend and inspect it. However, in the final hours before auction, David, or someone with power of attorney acting on his behalf, picked it up. When I checked last week, the storage fees were approximately $10,500, as the vehicle had been released and available for pickup since September 10th, before Celeste had been identified. I hope just the thought of that vehicle haunts David and anyone else that knew Celeste was in the trunk for the rest of their lives.
If you don't want to get clipped, don't play in my lobby.
Oh, that's that video.
It's nice to meet you too.
Oh, I'm about to be on this video.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, you just got clipped. Hey, don't put me in your video, bro. Just chill.
Oh, it's already too late, bro. Clips.gg automatically saves my highlights and turns them into videos ready to be posted. It transformed my clip to vertical, blurred the...
Yeah. What is this? It said it's free, so I'm checking it out. The fuck is going on here?
the background, one click, and
Let's see what Nancy Grace got to say. Go follow her if you don't follow her.
D4vd, aka David Anthony Burke, caught on video. Gotcha. Yes, he's on video with friends partying at his mansion where Celeste was murdered, blaming the stench of a dead body in his mansion on his bathroom. This is after Celeste is murdered. He blames the smell of this child's decomposing body on his bathroom. And I've got it on video. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Let's go.
To the school playground and pay.
All right, chat. This is Nancy Grace. If you guys don't follow her, go follow her on YouTube. You already see what it is. And she covers hard topics and she goes in like nobody's mother. So let me put you on. She's not going to be the person that you're going to be like, oh, I agree with her. But we watch everything everybody does because we want all the angles for everything. This was posted an hour ago.
University. I want you to watch this in particular. At all. Guess what? You haven't. To Joe Scott Morgan joining.
And this is an hour old, chat. An hour old. Just letting you know. This is fresh off the motherfucking. Ooh, the paila, papi. This is off the paila, mommy.
Jacksonville State. What? You haven't. To Joe Scott Morgan joining us, Professor of Forensics, Jacksonville State University. I want you to watch this in particular because here, according to the state, after murdering a little schoolgirl, literally a little schoolgirl.
Yeah, chat. I don't know how to stress that more, but that is the biggest fact. That is what happened. D4D murdered a little school girl. Point blank. Let that not go over your head.
After murdering her, using a kiddie pool to get rid of the body, he then jokes and laughs about the stench of decomposition, claiming, oh, yeah, I just took in my bathroom. His words, not mine. I'm sure I'll get beeped out. And I got to have a shrink on this, Joe Scott, but the gall of killing a little girl, a school girl, and then laughing about the smell of her body. Okay, listen.
Oh, yeah, exposure. I don't care. That's the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours ago.
I don't care. I just took a
Another one? Tight. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. I had to go.
When I found that, I fell off my chair. That's from @SakuraShimko on Twitch. And I just want to see it one more time. And everybody, we're going to get into this. But look at D4vd's friend, Neo. He, according to the state, may very well have known that Celeste was dead. So does he know that Celeste has been murdered
I'm pretty sure he does.
rendered disarticulated in that mansion? And now he's looking up David Anthony Burke, claiming it's a backed up commode. Let's just watch it one more time.
Oh, yeah, exposure. I don't care. That's the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours ago.
I don't care. I just took a
Another one? Tight. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. I had to go.
Look at Neo's face because he dabs her up. He's like, oh, you took another one? Took another one? And Neo, look at his fucking face, chat. Look at his face. That's crazy.
From @SakuraShimko on Twitch, it's like Neo's going, yeah, that's not what it is. Okay, Joe Scott, I haven't formally introduced you, but before I do that, reaction?
People bang on nowadays about objectification. You want to know objectification? There it is. He's actually
Look at Neil's
comparing this
face
child's remains to human
because
feces. Let
he
that sink in
dabs
just for
her
a
up.
second.
He's like, "Oh, you took
And
another one?
she is
Took another
literally
one?"
there
And
to
Neil, look at
feed
his
this
fucking
child
face, chat. Look at his
in
face.
multiple pieces
That's crazy.
in this vehicle out there. And he's drawing this comparison. He has ripped her apart, allegedly. And there she sits in this house. And he's having to explain the stench. Hell yeah, it stinks. This is human remains that are decomposing. A true child, a human being who is rotting inside of his rented domicile, Nancy. That's my reaction.
To blame the smell of her decomposition that, according to prosecutors, he has caused on his bathroom. Okay, joining us, veteran defense attorney Eric Faddis, founder of the law offices of Eric Faddis, former felony prosecutor at ericfaddislaw.com. Okay, Eric Faddis, what's going to happen? What are you going to say when I play this in front of the jury? Just let it soak in. Let's watch it one more time.
Oh, yeah, exposure? I don't care. That's the way my bathroom smells. I took a shit like 2 hours ago.
I don't care. I just took it.
Another one? Tight. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I had to go.
It's disgusting. I mean, I try really hard. That's from Asakura Shimko on Twitch, by the way. I try really hard not to think of my little girl in Celeste's shoes. But when I do, and I hear this, Eric Faddis, how are you going to get all the moms off the jury?
Well, Nancy, we don't know the exact source of the smell. You got to look at when this video was taken. And can the prosecution really line that up with the location of Celeste Rivas' remains at that time? Were they outside, in a trunk outside of this house? If so, that would make it considerably less likely that this smell was coming from human remains and not from some other source. So it's certainly not a bombshell. By no means does this clip make the case a slam dunk. And on top of that, there are questions that remain in terms of exactly when and exactly where, what time, and what location these alleged acts occurred. And so this is not the smoking gun by any means.
Okay, you know what, Joe Scott Morgan, let's address what he just said. If the body was still, if Celeste's body, a schoolgirl's body, was still in that home,
Look at Neil's
that would
face
explain the smell of
because
decay, and
he
it is
dabs her
overwhelming.
up. He's like, "Oh, you
Joe
took
Scott
another
Morgan,
one?
I've been
Took
on
another
plenty of
one?"
crime
And Neil,
scenes,
look at
and I
his
learned this
fucking
little
face,
trick.
chat.
Rookie cops have to get mentholatum under their nose.
Hey, yo, what you doing? Yo, he. Hey, yo, what is Nancy Grace doing? Yo, yo, she got me bumming. What
Okay,
the
and now
fuck?
I know why. So they don't smell what those people were smelling that were laughing and joking about it. Joe Scott, I've seen.
Oh my god, what the fuck did I walk into, my G? Whoa. That was crazy. Hey, Nancy, yo, you wildin', shorty. She just put it on without talking about it. She didn't even think about it. She just went ahead like it was all good.
And so this is not the smoking gun by any means.
Okay, you know what, Joe Scott Morgan, let's address what he just said. If the body was still, if Celeste's body, a schoolgirl's body, was still in that home,
Look at Neil's
that would
face
explain the smell
because
of decay, and
he
it is
dabs her
overwhelming.
up. He's like, "Oh, you
Joe
took
Scott
another
Morgan,
one? Here we go. He's like, "Oh, you
Joe
took
Scott
another
Morgan,
one?
I've been
Took
on
another
plenty of
one?"
crime
And Neil,
scenes,
look at
and I
his
learned this
fucking
little trick.
face.
Rookie cops have to get mentholatum under their nose.
Hey, yo, what you doing? Yo, he. Hey, yo, what is Nancy Grace doing? Yo, yo, she got me bumming. What
Okay,
the
and
fuck?
now I know why. So
He's like, "Oh, you
Joe
took
Scott
another
Morgan,
one?
I've been
Took
on
another
plenty of
one?"
crime
And Neil,
scenes,
look at
and I
his
learned this
fucking
little
face,
trick.
chat.
Rookie cops have to get mentholatum under their nose.
Hey, yo, what you doing? Yo, he. Hey, yo, what is Nancy Grace doing? He's like, oh, you
Just
took
got
another
marked.
one?
Little trick. Rookie cops have to get mentholatum under their nose.
Hey, yo, what you doing? Yo, he, hey, yo, what is Nancy Grace doing? Yo, yo, she got me by me. Ah, what
Okay,
the
and
fuck?
now I know why. So no.
He's like, oh, you. My bad, sir. I got lost in doing the clip.
Cops actually vomit the first time they go to a crime scene and smell a dead body. It's something you never forget.
No, you
Listen, Nancy,
definitely don't.
nothing that you do as an investigator at a scene is going to thwart the smell or knock down the smell of decompositional odor. Okay. How much more so with people? And here's my big question with this. How much more so with these individuals that are actually indwelling this structure? How long had they smelled the smell and just ignored it? Are you telling me that
Good
these
question.
individuals that are occupying this space could be this ridiculously stupid that they believe that they're buying that this is a backed up toilet? Give me a break. I just don't buy it because,
Yeah,
the thing about it, Nancy, is that the smell of human decomposition
it's
is
not the
so
same.
very unique. It is so assaulting. It is so insulting
Yeah, it
that
is.
this is literally indwelling the space. I've done thousands of decomposed bodies
That's a
over the
realness.
course of my career as an
I don't know about
investigator.
thousands of bodies,
It's
but
something you never get.
I personally don't know about thousands of bodies and shit like that. But a human corpse smells extremely strong enough for it to be wanting to be found. It's like, find me. A human corpse has a smell that's like, please fucking find me. I don't care what you say. You cannot confuse that shit with somebody using a bathroom. Not at all.
Used to at all. How much more so for somebody that hasn't been around it? To me, it's absolutely amazing that you could have turned a blind eye. And I'm saying that to everybody that stepped through that door, Nancy.
Mm.
Oh, yes, sir. I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit like 2 hours ago.
See what I'm saying?
I just took a another one?
Do you see what I'm saying,
That's what I'm
sir?
talking
Like,
about. That's what I'm talking about.
no. No, sir. I don't think so.
From Matsugura Shimko Twitch. Okay, Eric Faddis, they're laughing. They're laughing. The only one not laughing is Neo, who's like thinking that's not what it is. But you can
Exactly.
hear D4vd laughing.
Nancy, what you had said earlier is that some rookie cops, when they encounter the smell of human decomposition, they vomit. It's so overwhelming. It is so oppressive to them. That wasn't the reaction that I saw on either of those folks' faces in that clip there. They seem to be just doing a normal, internet stream like they do. Perhaps there was some smell in the background, but it certainly didn't seem like something so overpowering, causing them to gag or anything like that. So were there really remains inside that residence at that time? I think that's an open question.
Okay, it was so bad, Eric Faddis, that D4vd felt he had to apologize for it. And the look on Neo, self-titled The Asian, is priceless. He's like, no smile, no laughing, because he knows what it is. Again, Neo Langston is not charged with the death of Celeste, with anything to do with her murder. I'm wondering if he's state's witness number one. But
Oh, yeah.
this is what our friend, private investigator Steve Fisher, who was hired to go check out the mansion, hired by the mansion owner, D4vd's mansion, this is what he gave us. Watch. What is the date of that video we're showing right now?
July 29th, 2025.
The windows were rolled down and it's coming out of D4vd's mansion. Do you believe that Celeste was already, her body was already in the front trunk?
Wow.
Absolutely. Yes.
That's
Why?
insane.
Because they leave. This is the last day that the car is driven. They leave that evening, early in the evening, late afternoon, on a tour bus for the first leg of the tour, which starts in San Francisco. So this is it. They leave and they're not back until the search warrant, after the search warrant is executed. Now, somebody is back, not David, but somebody is in that house the day before the search warrant is executed, and we don't know. We haven't narrowed down the two people, but we don't know exactly who. But David is out on tour and doesn't come back before she's found.
Hi, guys, American homeowners. The FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud called title theft, and your equity is the target. With just a forged signature, your partner and their urgent alerts, and if you're
Hold up, chat, 'cause I think that's it. I think she don't got no more David shit. I think from here on is all. Oh, she does. She's just doing
a
like
victim of fraud, story video naming. I pressed Steve Fisher because he looked at the video very carefully. He describes the driver, but he comes that short of naming Neo Langston as the driver. But when, in relation to them leaving on the world tour, was Celeste murdered, according to prosecutors?
Well, prosecutors say that Celeste was murdered on April 23rd. The leaving for the tour that you're talking about, where the car is parked for the last time, Nancy, is July 29th. And that's when they load up and take off. So you're dealing with a couple of months there. But remember, from the
Holy shit, chat. So what you're telling me is that she was in the trunk of the car. He moved it before they went on tour, and it was moved in July with her body in it.
night that months there. But remember, from the night
That's crazy.
that she was murdered on April 23rd, D4vd had an incredibly tight lineup of events, interviews, and things promoting the release of his album that was due to be released 2 days after he allegedly murdered Celeste.
Look at that. Yeah,
The
you're right.
Withered album and world tour, all
Was
of
in
that was
LA
launching beginning April 25th. So he was really tied
2 days
in
after.
tight, Nancy, with activities in the days and actually in the hours following the murder of Celeste.
Hold on just a second. I'm digesting what you're saying,
That's
Max. So
insane.
to Dr. Janie Lacey joining us, licensed psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, author of How to Heal from a Toxic Relationship and the Resilient Professional podcast.
I'm sorry.
Dr.
Chat, I'm sorry to laugh. She just came in with all the accolades in the world. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, I mean, if she has them, she deserves them. But I'm just saying, that was a lot. That was a lot of nowhere. She just came in like, yo, I'm coming in with blue, 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 blue. Like, whoa. Like, it's one of those movies like when the end of the earth and shit, and then they bring in one of them scientists with all the top accolades in the world.
Janie. So we see him and we have the photos. And I want you to look at these photos, Dr. Janie. April 23, 8:40 p.m. That's the party after allegedly murdering Celeste. April 23, he orders an Uber, pays, we have experimented and found out between $200 and $300. He pays it to have Celeste brought to him like she's a pizza, like ordering Chinese food. Just bring her on over.
That's so
He
hard
brings her to
to
her
digest,
death,
man.
according
That's
to
crazy.
prosecutors, on an Uber.
Well, duh.
Picked up at her parents' home, Lake Elsinore. She gets there around 10 o'clock at night. And there we see that night, Bert beginning to text Celeste, where are you? Hey, according to prosecutors, she's already dead. And it's that night he is spotted at parties to promote his upcoming world tour and to promote his album. And she, according to prosecutors, from April 23rd until her body is found, is in the car, either in the home or in the car. Dr. Janie Lacey, he has no problem going out to party and laughing, according to prosecutors, after her murder, after ordering her up like a pizza to her death, and then partying that night.
You know, when I see that footage, Nancy, I think of the term duping delight, right? So what that means is that the person who potentially committed this heinous crime feels like they can get away with it and no one else knows what happened. You know, they engage, they're doing what we're seeing, they're going on with their life, they're partying. So there's this, to me, there's this deep disturbance of compartmentalization on a whole another level, because this is someone who's not grieving, right? He's moving on with his life, and there's no shock involved. So he's not even trying to hold it together. He's just going on with his life. So I think about that in the sense of potentially in that moment feeling like he's gotten away with everything. He can go on with his life. Potentially, if he thought this was the problem that was going to ruin his life, he's able to do that. Because when we think about this, right, when someone who allegedly can commit this act of violence, especially against a child that they potentially claim that they cared about, and then they're able to go on lives and
Chat. This is a big point right here. If it's somebody that you care about, that you like, that you love, like, and this is a child on top of that. Like, how psycho are you that you could just go right like 2 days right after, then just jump on a plane and go promote your album?
partying, they're relaxed, they're engaging, they're performing, you know.
Chat, by the way, don't forget, sub up to the channel. The subs are on sale. So, guys, you can sub up. It's even cheaper than ever, 35% off. Sub up to the channel. Show your support. King Buddha, the Cheat Challenge is going to be all day Celeste and David until we figure the fucking verdict out.
They are emotionally detached on a profound level, and this is not a person that snapped. This is someone, in my opinion, who felt like they got away with something and
Oh,
maybe
yeah. He
wasn't
thinks he
doing
got
it
away
at
with
this
it.
level.
That's
And
why he was so
with
confident.
my work with survivors of predatory relationships, we
Like,
see
no,
this dynamic
homie.
on the other side,
I
who are
don't think
currently
so.
they spend years trying to understand, like, the person who said they love them, how can they just turn off and turn on so effortlessly? And there was no real connection there. There was performance, and what we're seeing is performance. And what concerns me most is that this kind of emotionally unavailable is exactly what probably kept Celeste in the relationship. Predators like this, they have extraordinary skills at creating the illusion of intimacy. And as we were saying, he was an actor, he's an entertainer. So just enough to make a child feel seen and chosen.
Hey, Dr. Janie and Eric Faddis, the video I'm showing right now is after Celeste is murdered. Let's see that one more time.
Oh, my God.
All of this
That's so
is
sad.
after her murder. Look at
Look at him how doing skits and shit, this stupid motherfucker. He's fucking doing skits, chat. That's the guy that you guys think that, like, oh, he didn't do it? I don't think so. I think he's trying too hard. And he has that scar in his hand too. Yeah, he got a scar in his hand. You heard? He got a scar in his hand.
Eric. And Faddis, isn't it true that the jury is instructed by the judge that they are allowed to consider evidence before, during, and after the crime, including those videos? He ain't sorry. He went and celebrated the night she was murdered.
Oh, yeah.
That is true, Nancy, and
Oh, yeah.
certainly there is no remorse shown in any of those videos.
Oh, yeah.
Is that because he's a callous monster, maybe, or is it because he did not directly have involvement in this crime? We're just not sure yet. He's an entertainer, he's a promoter. This is his career. This is his livelihood. On top of this, he's 21 years old. He's not emotionally and neurologically mature, and so if he's having reactions that might seem unexpected from our perspective.
My father was halfway around the world fighting in the World War at 21. What are you talking about?
That is a fact.
What I'm saying is
There's
he
no
doesn't appear to
excuse.
be the most mature individual. I
It
think
don't
that
matter.
he's
I think that
guilty of.
chat. If
So
you
what I'm
ask me,
saying is that
he meant to be that way. It's all strategic, so that way he could be alluring to his prey. He's a predator. So if he gets the impression of he's not that mature, it's because of the simple fact, chat, that he got his point across. That's what he wants you to think. That he's not that mature. That he was with a girl that was not that young. That, like, nah, fuck this dude, yo. He's a predator. That's all an act. I bet you he ain't doing that shit in jail. I want to see him playing with some Hello Kitty in jail. They're gonna play with his
He was in
booty.
the process of promoting a new album at 21 years old. He has to do these things. It's part of his livelihood. It's part of his career.
Man, fuck
Even
that
if
dude.
his personal life might be in shambles, there might have been a horrific event
You
to
mean
which
the
he
murder?
was somehow privy.
Right? The
Yeah,
murder.
it's crazy how murdering a little teen schoolgirl can mess up your private life. Hey, if he didn't do it, it's in his house. The blood spatter is in the garage. Joe Scott Morgan's gonna have a field day with that. The blood spatter is in the garage
Yeah, what
where
about
he
that?
had her in that body in the kiddie pool,
Mhm.
rendering it, disarticulating it. So it happened in his house.
Yeah,
The
what about
body
that?
was in his Tesla for months. So if he didn't do it, who did do it?
Yeah, right. Explain that shit to me.
You look at those videos, you look at these streaming sessions, there is almost always multiple people present during these things. People are
I'm gonna stop him right there because I knew he would say some dumb shit like that. No, trust me. If there's people at a streaming session, that shit is so private because people could rob you. People could come there just to troll you. That no, if you're there, strictly invite. Nope, 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 nope.
appear to be coming in and out of his house for these streaming
No,
sessions for other purposes. To
no.
nail this down, to specifically say David was holding the instrument of death that led to Revis's demise, I'm not sure the government's there yet. I'm not sure they can make that connection.
Summertime expenses stacking up. American with Joseph Scott Morgan. Okay, let's just go along. You know, when you're dealing with a crazy person and you try to pretend that they're sane and you go along with them, you know, follow them down the path. Let's go along with what Fatta said, who happens to have won a lot of cases, by the way. Let's just
I like how she just insulted him in his face.
pretend D4vd didn't do it because he is presumed innocent. So who did it? Who did it? What about, where does that take us? Let's follow it through to its logical conclusion. Who ordered
Yes, please do.
chainsaws on David Anthony Burke's account? Who ordered a home incinerator, a burn cage? Who ordered a legitimate body bag?
Good question.
Trash bags, heavy duty laundry bags,
Good question.
the blue kiddie pool that held her body when it was disarticulated, a shovel. Oh, it was him. Who ordered her over like Chinese delivery the night of her murder, about a $200 plus Uber bill to his
Mm-hmm.
home? Wow, who could have done all that? 2 plus 2, bam, equals 4, Joe Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're over the target, as they say, Nancy. And I never thought in my wildest dreams, after all these years, that I would be talking about a case that included a body bag as a piece of evidence. And let me tell you something that they've got. And I don't know how successful they'll be, but I know they've checked for it. Nancy, if you look at the report that was issued that it contains the autopsy report, they swabbed each and one of those handles. There's 6 of them on a body bag on this black body.
This is important, chat. See, chat. People were saying a plastic bag, a garbage bag. No, Papa. This shit was a body bag he ordered. Specifically, a body bag. He fucking ordered a body bag. You telling me there was no intention to hurt somebody? There was no intention to dispose of somebody? Are you shitting me, chat? Are you shitting me, chat? It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, chat. I cannot believe this fucking guy. What happened, baby boy? My bad, chat. I was ordering Uber Eats. I don't do Grubhub. I do Uber Eats. So yeah, let's keep going.
They swabbed each and every single
Getting
handle
some Japanese food, chat.
on that body bag in order to, I think, collect DNA. Who made contact with those surfaces? And most of the time, body bags are not handled by one person. That's why there are 6 handles, Nancy. And that's
Oh
going to be
wow,
quite interesting to see those results. If those
that's
are
gonna be
case.
interesting.
But yeah, I mean, it begs the question: who in the world would have come into this location? And let's have a real honest conversation here. In one of the most high dollar locations in the United States, we're talking about this particular home rented for $20,000 a month.
Yeah.
Who's
Who's
renting that,
responsible for that?
and who shows up? Yeah, I think that I will, in fact, kill a child and just render her body down and then place it into a trunk. So you're telling me somebody walked off the street and decided, out of all the homes on the street,
To walk into
that's
that
what they're
one.
going to do, and they happen to send all of the tools necessary to perpetrate this to that location.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'm buying this.
No,
Wink,
I'm
wink.
good. I don't believe you.
Somehow he
I
is
don't believe you.
24
You need
hours,
more people.
out celebrating it. And what I don't understand, can you
I don't believe you. You need more people.
to the point where LAPD, when they came out and did that search warrant, they didn't turn it into a major crime scene. They weren't in Tevic suits after they found some. They were only there a few hours. So I'm confused how he was able to clean it so well by himself and then have a party the next night that started at 9 p.m. Not super late. So I still have a lot of questions after this affidavit.
If D4vd, David Anthony Burke, did not murder her, who did? Why was she ordered up like a pizza? And also, why was her ring finger and little finger amputated? They can tell by looking at what's left of the hand that the ring finger and the little finger didn't just decompose, that it was actually removed with some sort of tool, i.e., a knife. That's a very poignant photo to me. Let's see it again, because this is Celeste's finger, and it has the name
I'm telling you
David
guys, we saw the
tattooed
anime.
on it, and she is wearing an engagement ring,
Now,
reportedly
what's that all
believing,
about?
based on what Burke told her, that this little girl, a
Yep.
schoolgirl in middle school,
Mm-hmm.
who met David Anthony Burke when she was just 11 years old, still wearing Hello Kitty paraphernalia, thought
Yep.
they were getting married and having children. That identifiable tattoo removed, cut off her hand. Now, Joe Scott Morgan, this little girl, 11 years old, when she meets David Anthony Burke, already an adult,
That's crazy.
and she's talking about that she loved him before she even existed and will love him even after she dies.
That's
This little girl
crazy.
now dead.
Yeah, it goes to what I mentioned earlier about objectification, right? She's nothing more to these individuals than a plaything, easily destroyed. Okay, that's what it comes down to, and somebody that a child that can be easily taken advantage of by these mere sentiments that you're talking about, or that they're saying here in this performance. And that's what it is. The whole damn thing is a performance. But the reality is this, Nancy: the results of that performance are as real as it gets. You've got the reality. Literally, you can sense it in the air by the smell. You can open the trunk, you see the reality of a body that has been completely destroyed, a body that has been abandoned, a body that has been disrespected. That's the reality. not that nonsense with all of the light show and those Pollyanna, sentiments and all of that nonsense. People holding their phones up with lights. Give me a break. I truly wish that everybody could sense this, could actually see what he did allegedly to this child so that they could really understand it. Really understand the depth of depravity here, Nancy. My old statement is the house of depravity has no basement. And I am telling you, this thing goes really deep
That's
and it is
crazy.
pure evil.
You know, another issue, Joe Scott, is looking at the autopsy report. I can't tell, is she pregnant or not?
Right. Yeah. When you get into, and this is available for anybody to read, it's not some kind of magical document, it's out there. When you get to the section that details the reproductive system, which all autopsies do this, autopsy reports are broken down by system. So it makes it kind of easy to read. But you know what's really interesting, Nancy? When you get to the section on the reproductive organs, okay, or the system itself, they've got simply 3 bullet points that are there. This is not like a deep dive. They mention her uterus, which is something that is, in fact, examined, particularly when we're talking about a pregnancy. You want to really do an in-depth study here where you're going through, there are various layers, say, for instance, to the uterus, and you have to examine each one of those layers and listen. I understand that you're talking about a body that is decomposed. However, when you look at the autopsy report, it's something that we refer to as standard dictation. You got 3 bullet points, and there's no more than, I don't know, maybe 60 words contained in the whole thing. If that, it doesn't get down into the granular detail. And Nancy, that's kind of the crux of this case, isn't it? When you begin to think about what in the world could have been the motivation for someone to kill a child, a female child. Well, one of the things that's been put out there is the idea that she may have been pregnant. So it doesn't get down into those granular details that we're talking about. And now they've had to go back and do this amendment. And it's kind of left people scratching their heads. People like me, that read these documents all of the time. It's undetermined, essentially, is what it comes down to. They can't say one way or another. So this was a big miss on their part. I hope it's not going to come back to haunt them.
So you stated there was an amendment in the medical examiner's autopsy report. Again, describe the amendment, and other than examining her uterus to see if there was a baby in there, can you determine pregnancy based on blood or tissue?
Yeah, right. DNA.
Not at this point. You could with tissue. Okay, let's just say that. And that's one of the things that.
Well, chat, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but how you feel about it, let me know. Put it in the chat. We're
Kind
gonna
of
keep
wondered
looking for
here
some more.
because with pregnancy you would do a blood test, and there are standard hormonal presentations that you're looking for. We're kind of way past this at this point in time, so you're reliant on what you're looking at microscopically. Now, the uterus was there, so you do what's called a gross examination, and that doesn't mean like in the terms of, ooh, it's gross. It means like when we say gross in forensics, we're talking about overall with the unaided eye. Then you take a section of that and you look at that from a histology or in the microscope sense. We're not getting that here. Okay. So it turns out that it's kind of indeterminate. I just wish somebody would come back and actually say definitively, one way or another. You can't have 1 foot in the boat and 1 foot in the water. You've got to say what you mean here. And that's left a lot of people scratching their heads.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you.
Oh my God.
Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions, from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of until Crime Stories. We go in.
Yeah, okay, baby girl. Go subscribe to Nancy Grace, guys. Don't say I ain't tell you to. She's, she's hard hitting. So you gotta go fuck for her. Let me see. Even if she don't like me. I'm not saying she doesn't like me, but I'm saying even if she doesn't like me, she's still fire. So, you know what I'm saying? Trapmore dropped this an hour ago. Oh, not with that douchebag. I'm not giving that dude no light. Fuck that dude. I'm gonna show him that everything is in a troll moment. You feel me? You want to troll? Go troll somebody else. Nobody gives a fuck about that. The fuck?
Did you know you can AFK
I'm sorry,
blindsided
Chad.
whilst learning to code and
This is a side mission, Chad. This don't count. This is a side mission.
to pull it off? Here's how.
Chat. My boy Patrick CC dropped, and I gotta. This sounds like a good one. When degenerate streamers get desperate for views. Hello. Message. Message. You. Right.
Of course.
Are you
Who
fucking
else?
kidding me?
This is the epitome of degenerate streamers. This is the poster child for what not to do. Him and the other guy, the it'll come to me.
I've been doing the same shit I've been doing.
Clout is one hell of a drug,
sure
and
is.
these online personalities became addicted. What may have started as a genuine desire
What the fuck?
to entertain an
Like a whole different person.
audience slowly turned into an endless need for attention.
Play the Chuck E. Cheese game on Roblox. What the fuck is that? Y'all wanted me to play a garden game, and I severely declined. Now you want me to play a Chuck E. Cheese game. Play it. I don't even think I have Roblox downloaded on this computer. I mean, I could download it. I'm not gonna lie. Chuck E. Cheese sounds way better than motherfucking a garden, doing a garden. I'm not gonna lie.
Because once the views start dropping and the money dries up, desperation kicks in. And that
What the fuck? I already knew these niggas kissed each other, and I know this nigga just be doing whatever the fuck.
They
I
do
know
some real
that fucking
motherfuckers is
like,
desperate.
like,
That's
damn,
desperate.
Jesus.
That's
that's
desperate.
when things get
I
dark.
thought this nigga was rich. Why is he doing shit like this?
He's not rich anymore, I guess.
Today we're diving into the craziest stories of streamers who went to unimaginable lengths for internet fame.
Damn.
Starting with Arab Andy, whose brainless antics may have inspired an entire generation of toxic streamers. Jamal Haraz was a part of the IRL streaming wave that grew out of the CX community. A crazy circle of
CX
creators
in the
formed
chat.
around controversial Twitch streamer Ice Poseidon. There was a trend of Andy streamers
Does Ice Poseidon still be streaming?
like Asian Andy and Mexican Andy who were pushing the limits of what they could get away with in public.
Wait, chat, is that Chuck E. Cheese game? Is it like multiplayer? Dante pausing every 30 seconds for attention. I'm fucking talking. Mari here?
Oh,
Wait, Mari, have you played it?
yeah, that's funny. Okay,
Yo, I gotta hit
my
Jojo.
food will be here in 37 minutes.
I gotta hit
Yeesh. Chat. Anyway, go follow Dante if you don't follow Dante. Follow him.
fucking shit.
This is a side
Why
mission,
did you put
chat.
dots? I said, have you played that Chuck E. Cheese game that these niggas is talking about? No? Maury, let's play it. Let's fucking play it. Are you streaming tonight? What's the vibes? What's vibes, twin? I'ma hit JoJo. Let's see if he's trying to play that too. What the fuck was that? Oh, it's because I'm charging my phone. Oh, wait, I gotta download, oh my god, luckily I'm signed in. I have 1,200 V-Bucks. Bitch, I'm in there. Why is Grow the Garden the first thing I see on this shit? Y'all really be playing that boring at? Like, what the fuck? Bro, I'm gonna have to see what's up with that. I'm not gonna lie.
But Arab Andy was one of the most extreme. He farmed
You seen that Predator Badlands? Excuse me?
Oh, man.
donation strapped to Galera.
Just to do more equipment and, you know, there's more things.
I don't know. I don't.
Riverside helps with the entire process of making a podcast.
I have ADHD, chat. I go stack quote on what he did that made Eminem cut him out. No, I don't got time for that. David caught on camera. He's cooked 2 days ago. I don't know. He might.
Back, and I see we almost at 1,300 subs, so I appreciate the new people.
Okay, I don't know what's going on there. It might be Trap More Ross. We still hustle daily. I have type D4vd. D4vd. My mistake. Oh, look, this was 7 hours ago.
You know they're going to see your age on the CV.
I know.
Graduated in 2002.
Okay, let's skip the intro. It's just, I don't know, copyright shit.
Welcome to TMZ Live. There is a song by the Gatlin brothers called All the Gold in California, and the way it goes is it's in a bank in the middle of Beverly Hills with somebody else's name. Well, that is not
And this
true.
is relevant how? That's a very old song?
Because it's not true. All the gold in California is in the Oval Office, and in the White House, and in the ballroom, and all over Washington,
Pretty much
D.C.
anywhere that President Trump can look, if it's in his line of sight, he wants gold. And we've seen this in the transformation of the White House. And it got us wondering, I mean, he's not going to be there forever.
I've been obsessed with this question. When the next president comes in, does the gold stay or does it go? So we wanted our TMZ DC crew, we wanted them to be on the lookout for people who are possible presidential candidates in 2028.
And boom.
Lo and behold.
We got one. Senator Mark Kelly, who a lot of people feel will be in the running for the Democratic nomination. So the question to him was, if you or anybody, whoever the next person is that gets in the White House, what are you going to do with the gold?
And he came in hot.
He likes gold paint. I don't think that's real gold.
No, not real gold.
I think you buy that stuff from like Hobby Lobby and then you spray paint it gold. Hey, but this is serious.
Yeah.
I've got constituents that can't afford to put gas in their car to go to work. And this president is focused on how many square feet of the Oval Office could be covered in gold crap. And then an arch and a ballroom and all this other stuff that doesn't matter to the American people.
If you were in the Oval Office one day and you saw all this gold around that Trump put in, are you keeping it or are you leaving it?
Well, I've been in the Oval Office under President Bush, under President Obama, and back then it looked classy and normal. That's not what this is. I imagine anybody who replaces Donald Trump is going to immediately rip all that crap off the wall and restore some dignity to the office.
So I just started freestyling, testing my mic, and this is what I did right here.
So that is really interesting. And I got to tell you something. In Trump's first term, he didn't do this. I believe he had gold curtains, but he didn't do all the gold thing that he's doing this time around. And
that last
Oh my God.
jab there, that the next person is going to restore some dignity to it. I mean, he's talking about, look, it's a matter of personal taste, right? Every president decorates the way they like it.
You bring in your
it's
own
just
desk.
that. It's just that it's not
they really
normally.
don't. They usually use
They use different. Biden uses a different desk than Trump uses.
there are like 3 desks that rotate.
Right.
But desk aside,
Desk
this
aside.
is different.
Everybody makes decorations, but
Can I
his
say
just,
something?
His are just the most unique. And this is the most positive way
No,
to
that's
put
his
it.
style.
This is
style.
That is his style.
But it's garish. It is garish.
Maybe. I mean, like some of us like gold. Some people don't like gold. But it's just about the desire to knock Donald Trump, no matter what.
No, this is
the
not
most
knocking
ridiculous thing. Restore dignity to the office. Come on, it's such crap.
Well, that's what he said.
No, not the actual gold. Which is right. It's not real gold. If it was, can you imagine if that was real gold?
Well,
the
funk that the fuss that people
Okay.
would.
You know what? I just want to say this.
33
I agree
minutes.
with you that there are
Jesus
battles to
Christ.
fight and battles
I
not
won't
to
be eating
fight.
for
And
33
I
minutes.
agree this is not the biggest thing, but it's cheesy. I mean,
But again,
I know it's personal taste. I know,
personal taste.
but I just think
That's what he is.
I
You
think
know that. Look at Trump Tower.
No,
I mean,
no. The reason I'm saying it is this: that when you look at that office, there are every piece of furniture
the Saudis probably
has
felt
a
it.
meaning.
Right.
The coffee table in that office has a real World War II story behind it. So all of these things are really important in terms of history, but it all gets overtaken by this like painting of gold all over the office. And I'm just saying that I think it takes away from the office. I
It
do.
does.
Really
From
think
the,
it's
from
It
the,
looks
from
horrible.
the
Talking about
history
here-
of that office.
It's
You happy?
terrible.
You happy? We finally led the show with interior decorating.
I'm thrilled. I am thrilled.
Naja in New York, and yeah, as funny as the Hobby Lobby comment is, I really appreciate Senator Kennedy for.
Okay, there we missed the point. Where's the Davis stuff? We're here for the Davis stuff, guys. Forget about all this crap. There we go, the Davis stuff. We're here for the Davis stuff.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys,
been there for a longer time, but I hope that potentially this helped a little bit and maybe it was some progress.
Yeah, you're saying that hesitantly.
Because even as you say it, you know that it doesn't add up. But obviously, everyone wishes her the best, but it's going to be tough.
Coming up.
You know what they say about hindsight being 2020? This interview with David, the singer David, feels, at least based on what the prosecutors have said, kind of chilling.
That person that was saying I love you, she's not in my life anymore.
Be right back.
You know what they say about hindsight being 2020? This interview with David, the singer David, feels, at least based on what the prosecutors have said, and we know that's just their side of this alleged crime, but
What
based
did you
on
mean
what
by
they've
that,
said,
David?
when you hear this interview and the things that David said, especially when
What
you
did you
consider that
mean
this
by that?
interview you're about to, it
Huh, Chad, what do you think he meant by that? The person that was once in my life is no longer in my life. What did he mean by that? Whether it's a person that's alive or not, what did he mean by that? And who is specifically is he talking about? He can't come with one of those answers that he likes to give us. Like, no, I was saying that because I know that when people are in love, that there's a moment that they break up and then they wouldn't be in their life together. No. None of that bullshit.
came out on April 28th last year, and prosecutors say that she was killed the 24th, his album 23rd, and his album came out on the 25th.
Right.
So he's doing this interview to promote his album. He's talking about his songwriting process, and one song in particular where there's a singer, a female voice that's saying, I love you, and he's not responding to that person. So he gets into this conversation with Zach Sang, it's his podcast, about how he feels about love and how he writes about it.
We covered this, chat. Chat, we covered this already, and we went in depth about why would he say that shit. But let's see what they got to say about it.
Kind of chilling.
I believe the last time you were here, you didn't. Didn't you say you never experienced love or hadn't been in love? You didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't in a relationship then. Nah.
But today you are, or you?
Nah,
are?
I've been through a couple. I'm single still right now, but I've been through a few, and they've taught me a lot of things, and they've shown me what love is and what love isn't, and how to approach it, and how to be human with it, and not be so artist. You know, that's a real conversation that happened. And the irony of it was that person that was saying I love you, she's not in my life anymore. So it's like people.
So where is she, David? Huh? The person that said I love you in these clips is not in your life anymore. So where is she then?
People say that the string can't be cut and the connection cannot be severed, but I feel like it can sometimes. And that's what made Afterlife and all these songs that feel like endings and conclusions
I
and
see.
goodbyes on the project to kind of solidify that message of this is the end of something.
I gotta
Oh
say
my
that
goodness.
whenever this was recorded,
Today I'm going to make a beat for Skrilla. He's been on a generational run recently. His main style is Philly drill. If you're not familiar with Philly drill,
this ain't gonna see the
No,
light of
of
day
course.
in a
It's
courtroom.
never going to be in
And
the
I'm not even sure.
trial.
And to be honest with you, I'm not even sure what to make of it because I really think it does depend on when it was recorded and who was that voice, and especially if there's a chance this was recorded before prosecutors say she died.
Sure.
And if that's the case, it's a totally different thing than if it's after. And we don't know which.
Except that we do know that they broke up, according to prosecutors, in November, and then had that argument, the huge argument on April 22nd,
right,
where she was jealous about him seeing other people.
But
so,
according to prosecutors, they had already broken up.
right.
So this
so
could
my
have been
point is,
before
the
April
person who-
22nd.
Right. But my point is, if he's talking about someone who's saying they love me, and I'm not saying it back,
yeah,
it still could be related to
Here's
her.
what it boils.
could be. Yeah.
Here's what it boils down to for me, though. I mean, assuming what they're alleging is correct, he has shown signs of sociopathy that are beyond, like, let's say it was 2 days after she died or 4 days after he killed her, allegedly. Would that surprise anybody? He has shown, this is a man who dated starting at 13 years old at the latest, maybe even earlier, had a sexual relationship until she was 14. He's in his 20s. Then allegedly murders her.
No, he was 19.
19 when it started, 20 when he allegedly murders her, dismembers her, trunk of the car, the whole thing.
So
the fact that
this would be
if
right
all
on
those
if all those other things are true,
if all those other things are true,
if all those other things are true,
yeah,
then this is just another sign of the sociopathy that he's
But
demonstrated
you're right.
for a long
It's
time.
not going to be. It's interesting to look back at these interviews that he did around the time of the release. Yeah. But none of it will be admissible. in the
I
trial.
just want to say one thing because I learned something from the O.J. Simpson, actually more from the Rodney King case. That, I found it really interesting that the DA put out essentially, here's what we think happened. They don't do that. That's more like a press release almost than it is a brief because they don't have to show what they're going to show at the preliminary hearing until they have the preliminary hearing.
Right.
And so they put all this out for some reason. But I think when you put something out like that and you say the case is that strong because it screams guilty, that if the defense is able to show some of those things are not true, and if the defense is able to show it's not as tight as you thought for those months and months and months leading up to the trial, it actually hurts the prosecution.
Agreed. One thing is wrong, two things are wrong. The jury starts to wonder
It
if more
magnifies
things
bigger.
are wrong.
Yeah, it magnifies bigger
Right.
than if they didn't do anything.
So in a way, would you say that the prosecutors kind of took the bait of his defense team? Because remember, after the arrest, the defense team says, listen, we want this preliminary hearing within 10 days. We want it now. They waived his right.
This is Nathan Hochman, the DA's playbook. He likes to get out there. He likes to do these press releases. He likes to talk about what they have. This is just, from what I see, his MO, for better or for worse.
Well, we'll see. And yeah, you're right. And the bad part for David is, okay, he's guilty now in
the eyes of
the
public.
public. Now the question is, can they use that in the trial to start diminishing some of the points?
Right.
Hey, I'm Faith from Alabama, and I just want to say that I'm not shocked David wasn't very fazed a couple days after her killing. When somebody can dissociate like that emotionally and talk about details in that way and say he can cut and sever the ties, then I think that once somebody in that state of mind gets their eyes on somebody, it's really dangerous for that person in almost every situation.
Yeah. We need to pull back on something. A couple of days ago, when we thought Congress was leaving for another 10 days without funding the Department of Homeland Security, we said, we want you guys to send us pictures of where they are.
Right, just like you did during their 2-week spring break.
But they have done what they needed to do a long time ago, but at least better late than never, they have now funded
According to this
DHS.
TMZ article. Yeah, January 7th, 2026.
All right, Chad, let's watch what Melly has for us.
Did he get rid of her fingers out there? Okay, psycho. He was absolutely lying in wait. He lured her to talk to her and saving the relationship, then offed her in the first 10 minutes like a psycho. I swear I feel like they were having an argument in the garage when she got there, when she got dropped off. She was probably like, I'm about to be there. But anyways, I mean, he went out to that area 3 times, so and that's the only thing they found. We're told Caltrans work reported the finding to a well, so far that we know of. We're told the Caltrans worker reported the finding to a supervisor who contacted Highway Patrol. Caltrans said CHP came and collected Celeste's passport card, and then detectives from an unknown law enforcement agency returned on January 17th to interview the maintenance and his supervisor. LAPD was investigating Celeste's death, so it sounds like law enforcement agency. So that it sounds like that's the law enforcement agency mentioned. I guess I'm just, and we'll probably never know. Who knows? Actually, that's the thing, is we don't know. Everything we've just been talking about is like our theories and what could be, right? We don't have all the evidence yet. He hasn't had his full day in court. I guess I'm just feeling a little, what's the word? It's like, okay, you know how the justice system works. So like what would be able to be brought into evidence, like I'm questioning that whole side of it. It's like, yeah, we want justice for Celeste. Yeah, it is clear here what he did. But then again, we don't know how they know that he was the one who chopped her up or dismembered her. We don't know, like what evidence is going to be able to be brought in court into the trial. Like it just feels, I guess I'm feeling a little like, I hope she gets justice, but you never know.
It's not looking too good for her.
In my opinion, this was his plan all along, premeditated. He lured her there to end her. It hurts my heart. I'm with you first. I can't do nothing at the moment. He kept her fingers as trophy. Didn't he show a picture holding her finger? We don't know if it was her finger, but yeah, he does a bunch of weird stuff like that. Hi, Debbie. And did he bring her body like on the 23rd when he stabbed her in the liver and killed her? Did he bring her body to Santa Barbara? Because remember, she was still not dismembered. She didn't get dismembered until May 5th.
Stop wasting money on ChatGPT, Midjourney, or Ideogram for print on demand. Here's what actually.
He went out and got rid of the chainsaws, but how was the passport found and not the chainsaws? I guess I have a lot of really weird questions.
No, valid question.
Celeste Rivas's dad had never met David nor received money from him. So the family is saying that they never met him and that they never got paid off.
There you go.
There's a lot of controversy over that on the Reddits and stuff. Some people think that's total bullshit. They knew someone in the family was paid off. Some people think that they were the ones, someone in the family introduced her to David.
Wow.
Some people think that they really had nothing to do with it, and that's fine. Anything in the indictment and charges shows is something the state knows they can prove. Exactly, right? So there's a lot of people that are out there supporting David. There's a lot of David fans, and there's actually an interview that was done with a lawyer who wants to be on David's case.
Oh,
I was gonna
yeah,
review it in
yuck.
this live, but I'm gonna do it tomorrow or
Thank
later.
you.
Because there's
you.
2 interviews I want to cover.
I don't want to watch that.
And one of them is from a psychic. How are we feeling
Oh,
about this?
psychic?
Because if you guys don't know, Sloan Bella
Psychic? I don't know how I feel about a psychic or whatever. Sloan Bella.
on this case, like right when it happened.
Oh, Sloan Bella's on this case. That's why. Well, I mean, I believe in all that stuff, but I'm just saying, I don't know. Let's go with a psychic shit.
It actually is spot on. And she claims that there's obviously more people involved, and she claims that she went in the car the night that she was killed. For whatever reason, I can't remember. We'll have to review it. But that goes back to my question.
No way.
What happened that night?
No
when he went out to
way.
Santa Barbara and then continuously kept going out. At some point, he did go out and get rid of evidence, clearly.
Wow. No
But anyways,
way.
we're going to cover that. I think so. The family should not have allowed a child to go off with a random man until they claim they did not know. Well, remember we talked about Gus? Hi, Asani. I had a strange dream with you in it. Really? What's going on? Because I had a strange dream too. Hi, Chucks. I'm glad you're here, love. Catching alive. That kid was a sick person, but to me, all of this was premeditated. I don't see how he's going to explain it away.
He might try.
And are there others involved? I'm starting to really believe that there possibly was. And are they just not going to be charged? Are they going to get immunity?
It is
Like,
too
what's going on? We
perfect.
don't know that yet. Thank you, Chucks, for gifting a membership. Yay! Mercedes got it. You're the best, Chucks. You always stay supporting. I appreciate you. And Mercedes got the membership, so someone who's always here. I love that. YouTube's stepping it up. They used to be horrible about that. Yeah, that's awesome. Hi, Knox. Good to see you, love. So I guess I just have a lot of questions on what, the body and then why he went back out to Santa Barbara two different times. We're gonna watch a video, Steve Fisher, he'd be staying on this. He's getting a lot of hate too, though, like saying like, oh, he's just a grifter and he wants to be involved in the case. And it's like, everyone chill out, smoke break, like whatever it is, chill out. I think we're just all really heavily involved in this case. That's why I'm like, okay, I need to step back and like we still have to go to trial, right? With David, see his trial, and there's a lot that could still happen. And sometimes people die while they're incarcerated. And not that I wish that upon David,
Yeah, well, it could
but
happen. It could happen.
you never know, you never
Mhm.
know. Because sometimes as I watch some of this content, I feel like he wanted to be caught sometimes. Today, we're going to watch a really old interview from 2022, like right around the time he met Celeste. And then we're going to watch one from the day after he killed her or even before he killed her. And he's completely different. Like, I feel like as I've been watching these interviews, I'm trying to go back to, yeah.
I don't know, Chad. Do you guys feel like you noticed the difference when he changed, when he was already a murderer before doing it, and how he looked from after he did it? I don't know. I don't think I noticed the difference.
Let me go back to the timeline. January of 2022. Yeah, like you see something in him change. But let's read this article and then we'll get into all of that. Celeste Rivas' father says he never even met David, much less received any money from him, despite rumors floating around that the family's hometown that the singer was giving funds to the Rivas family.
Ooh, that's just to shut down the rumors. And people are gonna be like, they're gonna fight this. They're gonna be like, nah, they're gonna deny it. Da 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 da. I personally don't think that they were gonna let some fucking stranger run off with their child, claiming that he's a famous singer or rapper. Like, I don't even know who you are, bro. Like, you're not fucking Luther Vandross, motherfucker. You fucking who? D4vd? Get the fuck out of here.
There's been online speculation, including on Reddit and Facebook, springing up around Lake Elsinore, California, located about 2 hours southeast of LA, that the disgraced singer murdered suspect gave money to the family.
Mhm.
Jesus, Celeste's dad. Now, I don't know if that's her bio dad or
Tell us, Jesus.
through his attorney, Patrick. I had never had any contact with this guy, and we have not received any money from him or anyone in the family. Oh, sorry for the ad. No, Timu. Do I believe him? Okay, yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah, I do. But then at the same time, I think like, was someone else in the family knew David? Did someone else in the family know David? Remember the cousin?
That's a
The
good
cousin
question.
went to Build-A-Bear with them. Her certificate was in Celeste's property that was found at David's home. So the family knew of David. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, he was the dude that they were trying to tell him to leave their daughter alone.
Amazon needs to change their policy about the items allegedly. Yeah, I'm horrified that you could buy a body bag on there.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know they would bring you
I
that.
highly doubted he waited 2 years, especially if she was already with Gustavo. Yeah, but Gustavo was assault, right? Like he raped her, is what I thought. Either way, she was a child, so it's great either way. I think it's her dad because she looks a lot like him. Steve Fisher aligned himself with the
Gustavo,
abusive parents of Sebastian
you think
Rogers. That's why
Gustavo,
he's claiming the true crime in my
Chad, do you
observations.
think Gustavo was the guy who probably did like some negotiation with David? I'm telling you, there's something that tells me that he David had like a contract with this dude. I don't know how, and I don't know how that makes sense.
I think Steve Fisher does a great job. So shout out Steve Fisher. Thank you, hoodies. Good to see you. Yes. Please make sure you hit the like button. I forget to tell you guys that. I hate to ask you guys to do that, but we have to get out there in the world. Okay, let's go back to this. As we reported, the family was so devastated and exhausted after David's first court appearance in the murder case last week, they decided not to talk to the public or media. Now they're dealing with gossip about supposedly being paid off. According to the prosecutors, investigators claim the singer stabbed Rivas to death. Okay, we already know this. Prosecutors this week laid out their details, saying Celeste's family reported her missing in February and April of 2024. I have a timeline, a very detailed day by day timeline. It would take us hours to go through this. So wait, let me see. February and April of 2024.
Fresh, chef-made meals delivered right to your door with calories and macros listed on every dish. For
A lease began for a contemporary home in the Bird Street neighborhood in Hollywood Hills. Burke was living there by his real estate manager. The lease was signed with Burke's manager, Josh Marshall. The house was rented for $14,000. Okay, so he was already in the house. Celeste, at age 13, is reported missing. She was reported missing on February 15th, 2024, according to the timeline I have, which matches basically what's TMZ saying here. Missing persons posters are distributed around the neighborhood. The Riverside County Sheriff's Department confirmed she was reported missing. And then they reach out to him on the 17th. So that's wild. How she just met him online and then it went to Discord and then it became a thing of hanging out
No, that's
physically.
probably how it happened.
And him grooming her.
Oh yeah, for years.
You know, and
She
I
was
think that
11
she
years
was
old.
groomed easily because I think she was lacking for something in her life, you know? Like I think whether it was a parental relationship, a father relationship.
This is a superstar. She could have just been starstruck, period. She probably watched him drop all his first singles and all that bullshit.
Whatever it was, unpopular opinions can be valid. Hi Chantal, we missed you.
I mean, I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying, think about that. Fucking Alicia Keys hits you up and she's like, yo, what's good? Let's ride. You gonna be like, fuck yeah. You're not gonna, you understand what I'm saying? But that's what he did. He used his superstar power to corrupt her mind. He's a fucking predator.
You. Okay, Psycho, we'll be here talking, so just listen. Thank you, Chex. I believe what has been spread about the family taking money is damage control on behalf of David
Yeah,
Campbell.
that's
This is
bullshit.
propaganda from his camp. They're going to drag this poor child. Yeah, and I'm trying to be really mindful of
That's
it because
probably
I'm
the
getting really
same
consumed in this. Like, I think I have watched
defendants.
enough David footage in the last 2 days for like a month.
That's crazy.
But yeah, you know how his team was saying that they were getting harassing emails too? Like, I'm starting to question all of that. I'm like, did you
Yeah, that's
really?
bullshit.
Were you really?
I really think that's bullshit, Chad. They trying to play up a narrative and they trying to make him look like the victim and trying to make him look like he was in some type of situation where he shouldn't even have been. And I'll tell you one thing, Chad, the only thing that ties that girl to that situation, that area, or that Tesla is that dude.
Or are they just trying to paint David out to be,
No.
her family has surely
I'm
been
looking at you.
investigated.
So you don't lick the bed.
Is that part of the 40 terabytes, maybe the parents' phones and stuff? I hope so. Like, if they're really cleared, I hope that they're cleared and that his family is cleared. But I don't think his family is cleared because remember, according to the
Yeah, papi,
document,
yeah.
Celeste visited London, Texas, and Las
Mm-hmm.
Vegas, and we'll touch on that in a
Yeah,
little bit. But
that's
let's finish this.
that
At
right
7
there.
days, Celeste returned home.
That right there is child trafficking, chat.
2 days after her parents took her.
Why isn't that one of the charges? Why is he not being arraigned on child? Come on.
Phone. Prosecutors say David got back in contact with Celeste by paying a student in her class. Okay, yeah. We already know the rest of this. Continuous sexual abuse. Yes, we know that. Okay. So her family says, no, we got no money. Could it have been a cousin, an aunt, an uncle, something like that, who maybe got paid off? Friends. We know the friends got paid off, which brings me to what did David's friends know? Thank you, Chantel, for being a member for 6 months. I really appreciate you. All of the members too. I might be doing a members only tomorrow, so I'll post it as soon as I do ahead of time. Her family has surely been investigated. Okay. Oh, sorry. So text 2022 at 9:30. We're just getting caught up on everything new that I have found in the last day.
Discord messages of you and David talking to the minor. Bands, I used to bodyguard for him, bro. I was bodyguarding for him in 2022.
David's former bodyguard caught texting Celeste.
He was bodyguarding for him in 2022. David's former bodyguard caught texting Celeste. His name is Marky. And on August 15th, 2022 at 9:35
No.
p.m., he says, "Hey, Celeste, pretty girl." It is alleged David met her in January of 2022. So that aligns. Here's another screenshot. It says, Marky says, "Hey, Celeste, I miss you," on August 28th, 2022.
Hey, yo.
Celeste says,
Does Marky know he's going to go to jail?
"Hey, Marky, you did great." David says, "Facts, best bodyguard. He'd kill for me."
Oh. Is this evidence, chat, of some more conspirators? Huh? Do you think Marky did it just to prove his loyalty? Was he helping just to prove his loyalty? Somebody should be looking into this Marky guy.
Would he kill for you, David? Because now that comment means something to me. I've seen this before, but now I'm like, okay, he would kill for you.
That's crazy.
What else does Marky know, if anything at all? Let's go back.
I used to bodyguard for him, bro. I was bodyguarding talking to the minor. Bands, I used to bodyguard for him, bro. I was bodyguarding for him in 2022. You and David talking to the minor. Bands, I used to bodyguard for him, bro.
Well, that assures everyone that he's been talking to a minor.
Upgrade your vocal mix from this
How can we keep in touch?
to this.
How can we keep in touch if I can't even touch you?
Experience the latest vocal enhancing technology for yourself at the click of a button. You no longer have to spend hours trying to make your vocals sound professional. I've already done it for you with Rise Up Audio vocal presets. Start saving thousands of dollars by avoiding sound engineer fees, studio time, and expensive plugins by letting the presets do the work for you. Inspired by today's top artists, these presets will have you sounding radio ready in
Maybe that's who he got the second chainsaw for the guy and backed out. We haven't heard a lot about Marky, right? We know Neo got arrested because Neo didn't want to participate in the grand jury. Hi, Wivy. Thank you, Chantel. Really needs more likes. Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you for that, Chantel. Definitely need more likes. He looks like it. Those adult men are gross to reaching out to this child. And that's why I titled it, Was a Child, Celeste was a child and everyone knew the truth. Like, okay, fine. The parents, whatever. It might be debatable and it might not be what I want that they all get at the end of all of this. But everyone in their circle knew she was a minor, and you are still to report that. So I have a lot of problems with that. I really genuinely do. it's like, try to place yourself in that situation. Like for me, for example, if a teenage kid or a child hit me up, even a little boy, like I wouldn't just be like, oh, if he was like, oh, I want to come on your live stream or something like along those lines, I wouldn't even be involved. Like, do you see what I'm saying? When you put yourself in the position, it's like, well, what are you doing talking to a 10-year-old or an 11-year-old? And where are your parents? Like, question mark, question mark, question mark. Where's the parents? I would be like, okay, do you have a mom? Like, does your mom want to call me? Like, she on YouTube? Something, you know? I've always wondered why 2 chainsaws if he did it alone. The psychics on YouTube say that he didn't do it alone. Now, I don't know about that, but I don't know how you guys feel about the psychic situation. Okay, we've watched the clip of remember that disturbing clip where she says, "Oh, you shouldn't be talking about raping kids is bad." I found the full clip and I want to watch it. It's like about 2 minutes long. And it's rather interesting. So watching the full thing, because I think we only watched maybe a couple seconds of it. This
My
is
bad, child. I was doing I was clipping something. I was clipping something, clipping something.
David says you're media trained. Celeste says, I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you.
Now I'm glad that she's bringing up this clip because this clip is pretty important in the fact that this proves that he might have motive to have done something to her based on her recklessness to the way she talks. Look at how she throws out there, yo. Is that media training is not when you grape kids. Now that alone shows me that she would threaten him with just about anything, chat. So imagine if she one day told him, yo, like, oh, I'll tell everybody that you forced yourself on me. You know? Like, he would kill her, chat. He's a fucking, who knows? He's probably an inbred. For all we know. So, that being said, the fuck is going on? My food. You guys gotta give me a second. Give me a second, chat. I'm picking up my food. I don't want to miss anything she's about to show us or say about this clip. Hey, mama, how you doing? That's right. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Yes, sir. We got some food. Japanese food. All right, chat. We are ready for the rest of this tea. Ready for the rest of this tea, chat. Imagine I'm doing something. What you want me to do? Yeah, well, I'm doing something, Bobby. I'm doing it on the bed, but I'm doing something. You don't like when I do something, huh? All right, let's go.
I media trained you. Celeste says, no, you didn't.
This is going to be crazy, chat, so brace yourself. Trigger warning.
That's controversial.
Oops.
It's controversial of kids.
She says it's
You
controversial
see?
of raping kids.
You see what I'm saying, chat? She's loose with her mouth. You telling me that you don't think that he provoked?
It's been a good one. Bye.
He provoked this. She provoked him. You don't think it's possible? You don't think it's possible, Chad? You don't think it's possible, Chad, that he provoked her to say something? She provoked him in a way where he just went completely psycho. Yeah, it's little inbred right here. It's probably a fucking little inbred, you know. So that part is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? That part, Chad.
Delete everything. Everything goes.
See, he knows that what he's doing doesn't, you know? It's probably something, a joke that they have amongst each other.
Everything goes. Everything. Pray for his career, chat.
Someone in the chat said, pray for his career.
That's
So,
real.
like,
When the chat knows that you wildin'.
you're, what like involved with minors.
Are we done? Are we?
We need to delete this.
Are we? Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Can we delete anything?
You telling me that's the laugh of somebody that just, she knows that they're doing something sneaky. She knows he could be arrested for it too.
You done for, bro? Y'all are not done? Now you gonna Epstein? Yo!
Look at Celeste. Like, I've been rewatching this nonstop. Look at how young she looks. I'm screaming as I rewatch this.
It's a
Every
secondary
time.
school child.
Bro, I media trained you.
Junior high school.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
See?
Really good. Okay, it's been a good one.
I was brought up on a saying, children tell the truth. When somebody says something like that, and it's a child, listen to them. That was her one opportunity to say that publicly.
Bye, guys.
And thank you, Celeste, R.I.P. But she left us evidence.
Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything goes. Everything. Pray for his career, chat.
Look at what the chat is saying. Come on, guys. Look at what the chat is saying. Pray for his career. This guy's done. Done, done, done. Done, 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 done. You feel me? Like, tell me, what the fuck is that all about? That's crazy. Crazy, chat. Crazy work. That is crazy work, let me tell you.
Are we done? Are we?
We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
See? He knows that. He knows that what he did is wrong.
Can we delete anything?
He knows what
Like,
he's doing.
she's even acting like a child here.
Because she's a child.
It blows my mind.
And it's crazy that he like, that's so weird, yo, for a person to do that, yo. He is a weirdo for real, bro. That's crazy. She's right. Listen to her.
Can we delete anything?
Like, she's even acting like a child here. It blows my mind. Hi, Wavy. I wondered. Oh yeah, I already read that. Why two chainsaws? When it comes to family and active trauma, I try to reserve my opinion. Yeah, I know. All people that was actively around them are more of a concern, in my opinion. I think so.
Ooh, that's what I'm saying. Okay, David's like 20 years old. I've been on these sets. You're telling me that 20-year-old is calling all the shots without his mom? He's under 21. Who's acting on his behalf? Who's scheduling everything? And that person doesn't know? Trust me, anybody knows who's next to the biggest talent. There's no way. And he's by himself and nobody knows who he's with. Or he's with people that nobody knows. I refuse to believe that.
I think everyone on his team for sure. I think Nia helped but spoke out against David to help himself. I think Nia knew something. She wanted everyone to know she was a child.
Mm-hmm.
This conversation shows it was a big joke to both of them, but David was an adult, 4 years older than 14-year-old Celeste. Mm-hmm.
That is a fact.
Oh,
That's the
this is
point.
Celeste in this video for sure.
You done for, bro? Y'all are not done? Now you gonna yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, mixed by me. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria. Appreciate you.
I got a song with him if you even.
She said I got a song with him. Some videos I have from live stream.
Whoa. I never caught that. I never caught that. She said, I have a song with him.
She said I got a song.
David, big fan, mixed by me. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria. Appreciate you.
I got a song with him if you even.
See? Yo, Chad never caught that. That was an Easter egg right there. The whole time. How the fuck I never caught that? She said, yo, I have a song with him. And then Withered has her vocals. Now he's looking more guilty than before. You feel me? Because what you mean? She knows this before her death.
She said I got a song with him. Some videos I have from live stream showing Celeste January 11th to 2024. How did you find this VOD? Clipped it. He shouted me out. One time he called me because he's trying to delete that stream with his girlfriend. Some Discord messages from David's mods and fans talking about the deleted stream because allegedly that did get deleted, but of course people have it. Deleted user says, I feel like D4 and Sunday would sound so good together. Someone says, I remember that, LOL. The mod says they're talking about Epstein Island.
Wow.
David had to call me on how to delete the VOD. It's so funny. LMFAO.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is base 40.
That's crazy.
No clips found. Yeah, she just said something so crazy. He had to end the stream and delete it.
Wow.
I'm not defending David at all. He deserves what's coming. But the reason he said to delete the VOD was because Celeste said the F slur. You can look at my account.
That's what he wanted you to think.
So they were joking about Epstein Island after that. That's
not a joke.
That's disturbing. The only good thing that comes from this is she destroyed him from the grave. She's an angel now. You can tell she's such a child here. I know we're going to replay it.
Mm-hmm.
2 chainsaws could be if one failed, maybe different blades. Someone could have helped. I think someone knew, you guys. I'm still shocked. It was so stupid.
2
Because
chainsaws.
you guys, why leave a body in the car to be found? Come on now.
That's
That's a dumb mistake. We're glad he did that or whoever, but because Celeste's body was found, but why would he kill her, try to hide it, dismember her?
I think that just proves that there were 2 people. Because if it was one person, he would not have forgotten the car. He would not have forgotten to move it. He would have moved every time he had to. So it was 2 people. Somebody thought somebody was going to do it. Something as simple as that usually is the case.
Her, try to maybe incinerate her remains so nobody found out. Why would he just leave her in the trunk? That's why I feel like he had something, someone else knew something. I bet he was kicked out of school and that's why he was unhomeschooled. Yeah, homeschooled. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that in a second because I have a clip. Joking about the island is
Will you imagine? He took a student's life and that's why he was homeschooled?
sick. Exactly.
Controversial of.
Restart it.
I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
See? Pure little kid.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one.
Tell him the truth.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything goes. Everything. Pray for his career chat. Are we done? Are we?
We need to delete this.
Are we? Maz, can we delete all VODs and then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Can we delete everything?
That was so crazy.
You done for, bro? Y'all are not done? Now you gonna yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's
Because
so
he's
mean.
saying you're
Which
done.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big family. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria. Appreciate you.
I got a song with him if you even.
She says, I got a song with him, if you even care. She did have braces. Yeah, I believe she had braces when her body was found, right? That's how they were able to identify her, oral records, but I think she had braces.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's disturbing. Hey, Lintonero. Okay, that was a full clip. There's this call. There's this audio by Zav girl, and I don't know. It says Celeste apologizing to David. It's a conversation that was leaked, and it's from April. So apparently there was a conversation that was leaked, and it's Celeste. I'm assuming it's accurate. I've seen other people play it, but
Let's see.
we'll see. It is a couple minutes long, and allegedly it was the audio of Celeste and David's full convo.
Which I've never heard this conversation unless we're talking about the interlude, the string theory, which he used on his album. But if you guys want to watch this uninterrupted by me talking shit, go to her page. Her name is Melly. She got some extremely good content. And this is why we're here.
It's 2 minutes. I wanted to listen to this.
Subscribe to her channel and like.
I mean, Neo and David seem extremely close. He's a loser demon. Yes, Austin. Okay, Claudia, send it to me in my email. I heard this. You did? Okay, I hadn't heard this. I just recently heard this, like, I think yesterday. I was like, what? But I wanted to play the video of her talking in the graping video that we just saw because I wanted to compare the voice. She has that accent, Celeste. And you hear it in this audio as well. Thank you, Chucks. Yes, please, you guys tap the like button. Yeah, I remember hoodies. Every time I hear this recording, it makes me cry. It's just sad where she says, like, why don't you hold my hand anymore? Yes, we played the clip of the smell in the bathroom. We can play it again today just to review. I posted a video. I clipped 3 of the most important parts of the last live, and it's now a video, but I do have that clip of the bathroom so we can revisit that again, because as more stuff comes out, you know, we're connecting the dots and whatnot, and we're not investigators. No one ever claimed to be. We're just finding stuff on the internet, and there's a lot since David posted everything.
And as for me, I'm finding stuff on the internet, and then I'm just talking shit about it. So it's not a fact, it's an opinion.
Let me play this clip of the audio call that was linked.
I sound so stupid right now, but like I've been so selfish and I can't stop thinking about you and what I did and how it's affecting like everything. Like, I just wanted to say I'm sorry.
He got her
I
saying
really
sorry.
am
That's
sorry.
crazy.
What if you could make a song using only your voice? Let's start with the drums. I'm gonna hit drums and click cover. Yes.
I tried.
That's manipulation.
You're special, David. I got a question.
What's the question?
Why don't you hold my hands anymore?
Oh, here we go again, bro.
That's so telling.
This is crazy if this is her.
That is her.
Every time I hear this recording, it makes me cry.
That's her, sis. That's crazy.
So serious.
Bro,
I'm so serious. Like,
all right, continue.
I haven't held your hand.
Like,
Shoot.
sorry.
Like, you're
My
not
fault,
funny. I swear you're not funny.
fault. I'm done.
Alright, let me think.
About it to the time.
It could have been yesterday. It could have been yesterday.
Wow, yeah. I'm glad you remember that. I'm glad.
Period.
Ew,
Thank you.
I hate when you say period, man. All right. I got a question for you now.
Okay.
Do you see, chat, how he dumbs himself down to try to fit into her? Like, but it's so forced. Oh, I hate when you say period. Like, you probably don't even get what the fuck that's all about. No, you don't even know when you was the last time you was 12 years old, motherfucker.
Why do you think we met? Yeah, why do you think we met?
What?
Because you're a fucking predator. And you kept messaging her, promising her bullshit, and then you lure her out of her house. That's how. Kind of like R. Kelly did to them other girls.
I think
My opinion.
personally, have you ever heard of the invisible strength theory?
Oh yeah.
Exactly that. So basically,
Which, chat, he denies that this is something that she did. He says this is something that he got from a movie in one of the interviews. And we covered this already.
we met because we were supposed to meet.
Okay.
And we're connected because we're supposed to be connected. It's
Creepy.
kind of like that I loved you before I existed and I love you even when I die. Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, like it's like
You see him go, yeah. It's like he's celebrating her for getting it right. So you could tell that this is something that he groomed her with.
weird, it's strange, it's unpredictable.
Yeah.
So don't leave me.
No, you got it.
Okay.
You got it.
All right. I love you.
He won't say it back.
I love you.
See? He won't say it back.
You're the one calling my phone.
You been there, been there, been there.
Calling me.
Been there, been there, been there.
Please go away.
Been there, been there, been there.
Why are you calling me?
Been there,
Call
been
me.
there,
Call me.
been
Say you're
there.
sorry. This. And then you want to go and change the narrative and say something completely different. You gotta figure whatever you got going on. Figure that out.
Yo, I don't know, but she sounds like she's so fed up with him that it has to do with shit to do with maturity. She's just done with his character. And I think that's why he did what he did. Because she was going to expose him for who he really is.
That is, he was intentionally trying to destroy her soul.
Mm-hmm.
Is that really her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, allegedly he got the invisible string theory from her.
That's
It's
crazy.
very strange.
Mm-hmm. Very, very strange, let me tell you.
She was just seeking love and acceptance too.
Mm-hmm. And the grown men took advantage of her.
And then
That's fucked up.
That is very interesting.
You know what that sounds like, bro.
That's fucking crazy.
Let's watch the next. I'm like disturbed by that.
Mm-hmm. Very disturbing, let me tell you, girl. Very disturbing. I'm
Very
traumatized.
disturbing.
Looking at it from that point of view. I'm
Celeste was,
traumatized.
although Celeste seems mature and grown for her
Mm-hmm.
age, that don't mean shit.
It does not. She's
That
a
don't mean shit.
child. She should be
Like,
with a
she was still
young
developing
guy
as
her
an
age.
adult, you know. So
She deserved a
that
young
really
guy
upsets
her
me that
age.
she sounds a little bit older.
She does, because she says wisdom things and she speaks like she has an older soul. But at the end of the day, she is a child, and every fucking adult should fucking be able to respect it, even when she wants to be the adult. That's just what children want. Oh, I want to drink. I want. No, you're supposed to be the adult to stop them.
Yeah, that was a Celeste song. Where was Child Protective Services? I'm wondering if that was created with AI. It kind of sounds like it, but who knows? Let's go over to the next clip. This is okay. I wanted to show a difference between actually let's watch this clip, right? And then we'll get into another article that I'm gonna read. I can't remember if we watched this or not, but I want to stay caught up on Joe Scott Morgan.
This other shocking update. This big case we've been following, the David case. What happened today? Key detail just changed in 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez's death certificate. Her pregnancy status, 14 years old. You see, what was previously listed as N for pregnant is now marked U for unknown or undetermined. So we're talking maybe. This is according to documents that were obtained by TMZ, and the details are listed on an official amendment page that was added by the physician, the coroner.
You guys are saying she had abandonment issues. Yeah, I believe he seems so immature more than her. I think he had to do that on purpose. You know, he was an adult. And to be on the same mindset as a child, you have to go down to that level. You know what I mean? I can't imagine it. Like, I hang out with my nieces and my nephews, and those are the only kids I'm hanging out with. Unless like my friends have kids or something, you know, like that's a different thing. But like, you ain't gonna catch me doing a live stream with no 10-year-old boy or 11-year-old. It sucks because if she only knew that he was only a first crush to love you fine later in life. I don't think Celeste even knew what love was. It is alleged that she was abused by someone in the family. That is what one of the psychics has said. I don't know if that is referring to the whole Gus situation, but I can't wait to play that video for you guys.
I just watched somebody make $12,000 selling a t-shirt that took them literally minutes to make. They opened up Kittl, grabbed one of the premium templates that already looked super expensive, just like a designer made it, and they changed a few things like the text and swapping out the colors to match a trending color palette, and boom, they uploaded it straight to their POD site. No Photoshop, no design degree, just templates that are so good. They're basically pre-sold designs waiting to happen. And the craziest part is they did this with 5 different designs in under 10 minutes total. So let's take a look at how it works. Over here, I'm gonna click on merchandise, then t-shirts, and in the template search panel, I'm gonna type in camping and then scroll until I find a template that I think is gonna fit for me, which let's go with this one. Then in Kittl, I can use a really cool feature called the quick replace feature, and I'll find a camper and then hit the replace button, which perfectly puts it in place. Now I can change my text here. I'm gonna have it say Glacier camping club instead. Then expand this so that it makes a little bit more sense with the layout. And now instead of California, I'm gonna have it say Montana instead. Now I can use a really cool feature called the color palettes feature, where I can just scroll through and find one that's gonna fit for me. Then I can even mock it up using the mockup tool here in Kittl and see what it's gonna look like on a t-shirt just like this. Or I can go over into the search panels in the mockup and search through a variety of different mockups like this one right here, which looks pretty cool and outdoorsy. Look, the POD game has completely changed, and the winners aren't just professional designers anymore. The winners are the ones who are pumping out the most relevant, trend-matched designs that buyers actually want. And they're all using the same secret weapon, and that's Kittl's templates that are so easy to use and easy to edit. Join the best POD sellers and start creating your own best-selling products with Kittl, where you can get started for free.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden. Players are responsible for the manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay.
Maybe we should watch it today.
As part of the record, and this is a clear reversal. I want to talk about that in a minute, but remember, this document lists other changes too. The cause of death is corrected from deferred to multiple penetrating injuries. The manner of death is updated from pending investigation to homicide. It also changes the injury date, hour, place, location to say unknown. The section stating describe how injury occurred now says with objects. And it is important to note, these kinds of changes are not unusual. The original certificate was completed in September after Celeste's body was found dismembered in the trunk of a car allegedly registered of David's Tesla. That's the allegation. And it was only earlier this month that the medical examiner's report was shared with all of us. But here's what we don't know: why that pregnancy status was changed, what evidence led to that reversal, and whether it has any impact on the timeline, the theory of the case. I have a lot of questions about this. I want to bring on Joseph Scott Morgan.
There we go, Chan. Now we got some crew, some professionals on it.
Forensic expert, certified.
Yeah, we'll watch a clip with his family and you guys will see too how different he is. The homeschooling thing, I'm starting to think he wasn't homeschooled and he maybe was expelled? Question mark. He talks in some interviews we're going to review. I have like 6 interviews I want to review. He talks about being homeschooled and growing up in a very strict home. Some would even say abusive to some extent. He wasn't allowed to listen to anything but like Beethoven, that kind of
Like a
stuff,
freak.
I believe.
Like Ed
So
Gein
I
or
really
some
do have
shit like
questions
that.
about that whole thing with being homeschooled and why he claims he doesn't have a social life. He says he was kept away, he realized he didn't have friends when he got homeschooled. And I'm wondering if maybe he was homeschooled because his parents noticed some kind of behavioral thing and they were
Mm-hmm.
like, let's just pull him out, before things get worse.
That could have been the shit.
Or
That's
what
what
was
we
going
said
on.
earlier, Chan.
But I also wonder how he got so involved with anime because he says that he started watching anime at the age of 6. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking, if your parents are that strict, you're not allowed to listen to rap music.
Anime's
And you're
even
allowed to watch
worse.
anime. Not all of it is violent and grotesque and
Yeah, but
sexual,
most
but
of it is
I feel like a
wild.
lot of it is.
A lot of it is wild, Chan.
So I
Skinny
have a lot of questions
outfits,
about
half
the whole
dressed
homeschooling,
superheroes.
concerning home life. But his parents are the ones who didn't want to testify at the grand jury. So
Death investigator from Jacksonville State University, host of the Body Bags podcast. Great to see you, my friend. You reviewed the amendment page of the death certificate with the pregnancy status. It's changed. How unusual is that? Why would that change happen? I mean, what does that signal to you?
If you don't want to get clipped, don't play in my lobby.
Oh, that's that Well, it's not unusual to have an amendment to a death certificate. And just to understand, when I say death certificate, this is actually, I guess we could call it an addenda to the actual death certificate. This is a listing. This is an amendment page that is now filed with the Department of Vital Records. And I know that seems very dry, but that's the way this goes about. Either way, the coroner ME has to John Hancock this thing, and we see his signature clearly demonstrated on this document. So that means that there were questions. Now, when you go back, Jesse, and you look at this autopsy report and you go into the section that talks about Celeste's reproductive system, there is no indication.
I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing. I was just about to ask you that. There's nothing that says abnormalities that would indicate that she was pregnant. So what am I not? I'm not sure I understand what's going on here.
I might have a hint.
Please.
I'm not sure. So just so folks understand, when we do an autopsy on a female, we will do the dissection on the reproductive organs, vagina, uterus, this sort of thing. And so we're looking for changes that are relative to being consistent with pregnancy. You want to grossly observe if, in fact, there is a life growing within her, correct? They didn't see that, or at least they don't make note of that. Also, there are hormonal tests.
It is concerning his parents are fighting the grand jury subpoena despite its overwhelming evidence, because I think they have to. He definitely was coddled by his parents. I think I'm going to keep what I wanted to say to myself because people might say
I'm thinking right now of actually HCG is the hormone that you're looking for, and given her advanced state of decomposition, that's not a possibility. Here's the hint.
Yeah.
I think that
I don't think you'd be able to tell.
at some point in time, someone may have hinted at this, and this has put this ME on the trail of this relative to somebody that could have been in that circle, implying that maybe they heard that she had been pregnant. Now, that's not enough for a clinical diagnosis, but at least it's enough at this point in time, perhaps, to indicate that there's not enough physical evidence to demonstrate this, but yet you have this investigative information coming in that might indicate that.
Are you?
I think she was so badly decomposed they probably couldn't they couldn't tell in her uterus if there was like tissue from being pregnant. He brought her home to meet his parents in Texas. I can't see the parents who he described being okay with this. Exactly. That's my whole thing is like, okay, wait, the parents who don't let him listen to Lady Gaga, but they're going to let him date a minor?
Yeah, that's crazy right there. How did he pull that one off?
And maybe it's possible. Maybe both sides of parents just thought there's no way to separate them. But
I think there was
either one of them. But there are
extortion.
I think, ways.
Saying because there were alleged texts. This came out
That is
yesterday. Alleged texts between
record
Tom and
labels
Celeste
will
about
extort you.
sex, pregnancy, abortion, Plan B. So that's the investigative component. That's why they can't rule it out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, man, that's what I'm thinking right now. And if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me, but I think this document was actually stamped today, the 30th. And so when you look at this, this is something that's a recent manifestation. And again, it's another little piece to this very complicated case that goes to motive, right? You know, you're an attorney, you understand this, you know, that's kind of the, you don't have to prove motive, but it's kind of the explanation, the underpinning of this.
So to challenge you a little bit, I don't even know how I'm challenging you, but the way I'm thinking about it, if that were the case, they would have said it, right? I mean, if they're going to, what are the special circumstances?
But Chad, there's a whole bunch of conversations that are documented where he and Celeste are making references to babies, to having a baby, to her being pregnant. You understand? So
Allegations in this case, what they're doing with the murder charge is in order to get life in prison without the possibility of parole or possibility of death penalty, even though there's a moratorium on executions in California, they're saying he lied and he killed a witness. Why not add she was pregnant and he did not want that to become public? If they had that detail, I have to imagine they would have included that.
Okay, let's knock the tennis ball back and forth here for a second, because what I'm thinking is, was the coroner on the same page as the investigators? Is this information that has now come to them and they presented the coroner with it? You go in, you think about these texts, and that's kind of granular detail, right? And I got to tell you, Jesse, you know, just hearing what I've heard about the text so far, they seem rather inflammatory. And it could be enough to push somebody over the edge. You know, you're threatening him perhaps with a career, looking at jail time because of this underage element. There's a lot of texture to this. And so, you know, again, though, we come back to this idea, why did we not hear this from Jump Street? I'm kind of puzzled by this because this is a big deal when you think about mode.
I think we didn't hear from Jump Street because there's other people involved. And we're still, you guys, that 9-page document, that was just a briefing. That was just a like, hey, here you go. Here is the legal document that says we are ready to proceed to the next step. And it was a lot of information in those 9 pages. Dismemberment is repulsive. It's very demonic.
Yep.
Um,
Agreed. That's insane.
You know they're going to see your age on the CV.
I know.
Graduated in 2002. They'll do the math.
I know.
So what's the plan?
To walk in there anyway.
I believe she was pregnant.
Yeah,
I
me
do.
too.
Not
Me
she
too.
was schmurmered, but I believe she was pregnant at least in that last maybe 2020.
Me too, champ. Like I said, we covered this before. We spoke on it. There was many conversations that we saw where even other people knew that she was pregnant. Know what I mean? Even when David makes a comment, he makes a comment about something about like retiring like in 4 years. That's when she turns 18.
24. Maybe when they broke up. Because it is alleged that they broke up. Let me look at the document. No, was it November of 2024? Could maybe a pregnancy been the reason they broke up?
Right.
I believe
And so
so.
I'm just trying to understand
A
how this was
pregnancy would be the reason why he would take her life too.
About 30 seconds left. Are you saying in maybe the next?
The pregnancy would be the main reason he would take her life. Because then that's it. Even to take her in for an abortion is going to be a crazy one. He can't take her for an abortion. He can't take her to go to for prenatal. Once her parents find out, it's a wrap with him. He's fucked in every angle. It's checkmate. Only option he had was to lay in wait.
Next week or so, if we hear law
What do you think, chat?
enforcement, LAPD, the prosecutor's office pushing back on this pregnancy idea, that you're saying there might be a disconnect? Because whether there has been a disconnect between the LAPD and the prosecutor's office has been one of the central focuses of this case. So again, about 20 seconds, you're saying be on the lookout for some commentary about this?
Yeah, perhaps third leg of the stool, the people that always forget about the other investigative agency in that, in this, and that's the coroner's office. And so, yeah, I mean, I'd keep my ear to the ground, keep my eye on the horizon, you know, whatever metaphor you want to use. Yeah, I would pay close attention. Remember, this big hearing has been pushed out now to late May.
Yeah, it got pushed out till May because of the amount of information. So yeah, they broke up November of 2024. The defendant and the victim broke up, although they continued to communicate, and text messages suggest they also continued to have sexual relations. He had a lot of freedom with his parents in Texas. I think he's bullshitting that they were strict. I watched an interview where he claims that he hated the NY school system.
He's a liar. I think he plays on whatever he thinks we want to hear from him.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about his childhood, which we will probably learn as we
Why did they leave from New York? That's a great question.
go through reviewing some interviews. There is a psychoanalysis that I want to review, but I think I'm going to review that tomorrow with a different interview. Maybe we'll review those two tomorrow. I want to review, there's a little mini documentary about his life, and then I want to, let's actually jump to this interview he did with Songwriter Universe.
Guys, don't forget on Twitch, man. Subscribe to the channel. We on discount 35% off all the way till tomorrow.
I know there's a clip of it that we're going to watch, but I wanted to go through because this is from April 25th, 2025. So this was 2 days after he allegedly killed Celeste. Allegedly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I also believe she was pregnant, and I also believe he made her have an abortion, and there was something she had over his head. I do believe that. So this was 2 days after he killed her, allegedly.
That's just crazy.
We are pleased to do this new Q&A interview with David. He tells us how he got started as an artist, how you can create professional recordings. I read that you were originally from Queens, New York when you moved to Houston. When you were 13, how did you get started with music and writing songs? The way I got into music was very unorthodox. I was never very musically inclined my entire life. I didn't focus on music or have a passion for it. I was in a church choir when I was 7 or 8. And then my mom put me in piano lessons for about a week, and I quit after that. Then fast forward to when I was in Houston and I was in the middle school band and played the flute in 7th grade. And after that, I got homeschooled. So I didn't really have any musicality after that. It was mostly just video games and doing schoolwork. So he got homeschooled 7th grade. I wonder if he started to become a rebel. Thank you, Evie, for your super. Appreciate you. Yes, make sure you guys are hitting the like. He has a mental disorder. I do agree with the mental disorder, but I think it's separate from his well, it's not, because I think he's a little bit of a psychopath. It's like the wrong folks. Sounds like Elliot Rodger. Yeah, it does. We still have to finish his thing too.
Hi, my name is Tammy.
We haven't got to it. I wanted to be a streamer, to be a YouTuber, a content creator. I was playing a lot of video games and I was making a lot of montages and putting them up on the internet in different places and platforms. I was using other artists' music in my little videos, but then I would get copyright strikes, so I wouldn't make money off of it. So I told my mom, I can't make any money off of what we do. And she said, make your own music for the videos. Let's jump to this interview where he talks about music, but before, I want you guys to see the difference. This was June 23rd of 2023, so he had already met Celeste. He met Celeste in January of 2022. But pay attention to how different he is. This is an interview he did while he was playing Fortnite. And look at how different he looks.
Where are these guys at, bro? That's what I'm saying, bro. I got 9 kills. I'm trying to get 10. What's the 20?
He looks maybe a little bit younger, but he looks different to me. Is it just me?
And I'm a default skin too. Like, you letting somebody with no skin?
No skin get like whipping at nah, bro. Okay. Bro, where are these guys? Come on, man.
The circle's still huge. Look like that.
His eyes is different. He looks a little bit younger. The aura he gives off in this video is not anything. Do you guys remember the video with the blood that I keep showing you guys, the petals video? How do you compare this Fortnite to that darkness? I'll play that in a second so we could see. I'm only gonna play a little bit of this.
She said, "How can you compare? It's
an all right interview,
it's the same guy.
It's not anything I think we need to listen to. There's other ones that
Evil is both.
are more revealing.
Just chooses to be
but
evil."
We'll watch a little bit of this.
There you go. I'm about to get a clip. I messed it up. I messed it up.
Ooh, what's your favorite Fortnite clip that's on your YouTube channel?
Ooh, where did he go? Favorite Fortnite? No, bro. Nah, you actually distracted me, bro. You actually distracted me right now, bro. I can't move. I can't move. Hold on. I can't move. Where I can't move. Hold on.
This is where he allegedly met Celeste on Fortnite.
Yeah, I got to.
I want to.
Where did he go? I'm actually scared right now, bro.
Bro, you got this. You're him. You're
Alright,
him. You're him with me, bro.
Favorite Fortnite clip on YouTube? Probably no. Thank you. I'm him.
Oh, okay.
I'm him.
I never doubted you.
Anyway,
that shocked me, but I'm sorry I doubted your game. I wasn't familiar with your game.
I wasn't familiar with the game. Favorite Fortnite clip? Probably. Oh, there's this one clip that I did that got me into one of the Fortnite teams that I was grinding for back in the day. It was these things.
I don't know shit about Fortnite.
It's called 1 minute or one clip montages where
Nope.
you would build in creative and then you would edit it so seamlessly to where everything looked like one clip.
Oh.
And I did it and it got like 25,000 views on Twitter. And then boom, I got like 5,000 subscribers on YouTube after that. Yeah, that was like my blow up clip.
Damn. Was it like difficult
So-
to edit?
sounds
to make it
fake.
so seamless?
Bro, yeah, because you have to do the same moves in every clip. And try-
Okay. So you see him here interacting, right? Now let's go to this video. And I could be because
He just sounds so fake, if you ask me.
it's like a video for promo, but I'm like,
Universally regarded as a symbol of purity, loyalty, and romance. But that's not the reason I took a liking to it. You see, when a human being is drained of all of its blood, it becomes pale, lifeless, just as the rose, visually appealing, only good to observe and admire. But the moment you go to pick it up, you get stabbed. But I, or should I say a separate part of me, indulges himself in the thorns, dousing himself in the blood of his own negligence without even vetting the misleading beauty. Wearing a blindfold only to escape his self-made hell. Accountable.
he doesn't look like the same person, right? We're gonna watch an interview
Accountable only to pain.
in a minute, but I don't get the
His
same.
self-made hell. Accountable only to pain. I have placed this part of me throughout this project in different areas of melody, lyrics, and delivery. You'll feel it when you get there. Follow me now through this journey of holding a rose pedal by pedal.
No, it's the
before
same
it falls
guy.
short. And I had no
Same
choice
guy.
but to catch it by the thorns.
Trust me, it's the same guy.
Isn't that the weird? That video will always get me. I know I've played. You guys are probably sick of it because I play it like in every David live. The darkness in that video blows my
That's
mind.
dark. That is dark.
Let's revisit this interview. I know we watched a little bit of it, but I want to watch a little more. This was 5 days after he dismembered Celeste.
Hey, yo. 5 days, Chad. That's crazy, man. This is when I hear it, it's so surreal. Like, think about that shit. 5 days later, you just did the craziest thing in your life.
5 days. Homeschool doesn't mean you mess up. That's the BS. He's spitting for people to believe that. He has no social skills or identity. I believe he wasn't. I don't think he was a person he makes it out to be like, oh, so cool. I think he was a dark, creepy child. I had not seen
Yeah,
this
he's a pervert.
video. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
It's
definitely not a child. He was trying to play like a child. He's cosplaying as a child.
crazy. He was homeschooled, and that is what messed him up. I think that he was going through some stuff. I do. One more before we get to the X posts. I want to watch this interview.
This is romantic.
Like, he does not look the same compared to that Fortnite video.
Imagine being able to build an app.
Well, that's what happens when your ambitions are bigger than who you want to be. See, same guy.
The story behind that one, year and a half. That's nuts. The story behind that one, this is right off the back of me releasing all the songs for the Fortnite montages. I gained quite a bit of popularity on the internet at this point. I had about 500,000 TikTok followers at that point, and like maybe 50,000 on Instagram or something like that. I had just got fired from my job too. I was working at Starbucks for a little bit, and yeah, funny story about that. I was working at Starbucks for a little bit, and I had this discount code that my manager gave me, and she was like, every time you a little short on cash or whatever, you want to take a little $3 off your meal for lunch, just do it. Take this code. It was like 0578. If you still work there, that's the discount code. If you still got it, uh, and she was like, yeah, just use it whenever you want. Like whenever you have lunch, just use the code. No.
He just provided a discount code that's for corporate level usage to everybody in the world, and you don't see that this person has some type of malice.
Problem. I was like, bet. So I used it for like maybe 3 weeks straight. I used the code maybe like a couple of times. Not even, it wasn't even that many times. And I would train people. Like when we had new hires, I would train them too. I'd be like, yo, so the manager was like, if you ever short on cash, just use this code. Like you're totally good. You're an employee, you work here, this employee discount, you got it. And they were like, okay, cool. We all using it. It's like 8 of us using it. And then fast forward to 3 weeks later, manager come in.
Definitely looks.
He said 3 weeks later. Not even a month, not even a year later, 3 weeks later. They've been hitting it so hard that 3 weeks later, the manager already knew there was OD.
It's older, just so dark.
And she's like, yo, the big boss want to talk to you upstairs.
Oh
Like, what do we
my
do?
God,
She's like, I don't
corporate.
know, but make sure you have a union representative with you because they're going to try to pull some crazy stuff. I was like, what did I do? Like, what do I need that for? And she was like, just go upstairs real quick. I was like, okay. I didn't call my union rep because I know I didn't do nothing wrong. So I'm like, I'm good off that because I don't need to make an unnecessary scene. I go upstairs. Homeboy's sitting at the counter like this, like an evil villain with his jaw clenched up and everything, hands on the table, bro, looking mad serious. I'm like, okay. I sit down in the chair. He's like, you know, you've been committing
I
felony.
think this interview happened in between when he.
Nigga said, do you know that you committed a felony? So you understand what happens when people like him, a sociopath, gets given a break on something as minor as a stealing felony. Hey, yo, you know, you stole from the company, I'm gonna fire you, but it's a felony still. You stole. He didn't look at it like that. He looked at it like, yo, you could get away with whatever the fuck you want.
Killed her allegedly and dismembered her. That is my theory. Could have been posted on May 10th, 2025, which would be 5 days after he dismembered her, but it was recorded a little bit earlier than that, I think.
He's at this store for over 3 weeks. I'm like, felonies? What felonies I commit? I was like, okay, show me the proof. Right? He's like, okay. He opens his drawer. He pulls out this gigantic scroll. And there's like 3 dots at the top. Like this, I swear, it's like the dragon scroll from Kung Fu Panda, bro. And there's like 3 lines at the top. And I see a total, it said $14.26. I'm like, what's this? He's like, these are all the sandwiches that you stole from us in the past 3 weeks. I'm like, first of all, I ain't steal no sandwiches. What are you talking about? And then he pulls up his stupid self. Bro, he not stupid, but like, he pretty dumb for that, bro. I'm not gonna lie. He pulls up the camera footage. He putting in the code. Every single time I use the code, bro, he pulls up the camera footage and me putting in the code. And I'm like, okay, what's wrong with me putting in the discount code? Don't I work here? And he's like, no, you're not supposed to use that code. I'm like, okay, well, the manager said I can use the code. I'm an employee here. I can use the discount code if I want to. What's the problem? He's like, nah, that's a felony. You've been stealing the sandwiches. Nobody told you to use that code. If you don't have authorization for me, myself, you're not supposed to use the code. I'm like, so what happens now? Like, I'll pay you back. It's $14. I mean, just take it out of my paycheck real quick. That's like, it's easy as that. Tell me not to use it again. Take it on my next paycheck. We Gucci. He's like, nah, I can't let that slide. Literally in his words, I can't let that slide. I'm like, so what you want to do? And he was like, we can either fire you right now and it goes on your record, or you can resign and it doesn't go on your record. I'm like, you about to fire me over $14? How much is that in pounds? Like 12 quid? You know what I'm saying? Like, just, bro, it's a multi-million-dollar.
He has no respect for authority, Chad. That's why he would do something like what he did to Celeste. When you see this type of character, he's still debating what he did wrong. He still doesn't see that they explained to him that it is a corporate code that you're not supposed to use unless I give you permission to go out. Yo, listen, you know what? Grab those sandwiches and take a 30% off of that. Use the code I gave you. No, that's not for you to use the code every time you want, you fucking sociopath.
company. What you talking about $14 for? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna resign right now. I'm gonna call my mom. Mind you, I just got picked up because this is a morning shift. I just got dropped off to work. I call my mom. I'm like, yo,
Yeah, I think Lakeside, you're right. He's describing this as a victim situation. David Burke stole so much from the restaurant where he worked, where he was fired, but he's making excuses.
My point exactly, chat. And we just covered that moments before she did. You see what I'm talking about? Is he's just victimizing himself, like, oh, what's the big deal? Like, you gave me the code, bro. And he says $14. He's made that number, he's threw that number around a couple of times. I guarantee you, a felony is not $14. A felony is at least $1,000 or more. He's probably racked that shit the fuck up. If he was using it, like if it was for any time and he gave it to other people, that shit had to be like about thousands of dollars.
I believe it.
I
Thousands.
need you to come pick me up, mom. She's like, boy, what you do? Boy, what happened? She already screaming at me. She already think I'm doing something wrong already.
You
I'm like, nah, I'm gonna
did.
tell you when you get. I'm gonna tell you
You
when you get here.
stole
So she
from a
come back
fucking company.
and she
He says she thought I did something wrong. You did. You stole from a company. You lucky you're not getting arrested.
stays there and you want to talk to the man. I'm like, yo, you don't got to talk to nobody. Let's just go home. You don't got to talk to
Yeah, she has to talk to somebody because you lying. You not telling her exactly what happened.
nobody about nothing. Just go home. So we just go home, and then I get a text from my coworkers and all that from the shift, and they get fired too.
Yeah, well, what you think that was gonna do? Everybody you gave that code to is they all stole from the company.
I'm like, yo, they really doing a mass firing over $14 worth of sandwiches, bro.
$14 worth of sandwiches. I'm gonna tell you something, chat. In Starbucks, a sandwich costs $14. What do you mean $14 worth of sandwiches? That's just one sandwich. What are you talking about?
And like, I swear to you,
I don't know what era he might think that this show was gonna get played in and people was gonna think that Starbucks was at whatever. My man, $14 a croissant sandwich with turkey and Swiss is like about $14. I'm sorry.
they're understaffed and they were underpaying us too, bro.
It don't matter. It's a corporation and you don't steal from them, whether they pay you good or they don't pay you good. That's not the point. You got hired for an amount, you say yes, that's it.
Like, I signed up because I was in the middle of doing homeschooling and all this type of stuff, plus the music.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this
That's crazy, chat. He's a straight sociopath.
Plus Fortnite.
Because I understand if I would have been me, I would have been like, yo, what the fuck, you this and that. But at the end, I would have noticed, yeah, you're right. I did do something wrong. But he's still debating that there was nothing wrong with what he did, that they fired him for $14 worth of sandwiches. No, fired you because you're a thief.
And I signed up for part-time hours and they gave me full-time shifts. So I was working 5 to 9, and some days 9 to 5, and then sometimes I close. I do
And that's what made him want to steal.
5 to 10. So it was like the whole situation was just crazy, bruh. And I was like, you know what? It's a blessing in disguise because that means I get more.
It blows my mind him envisioning him with Celeste. I'm just like, what the hell?
More time to work on music, which I'm already about to make money on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm about to make money on music. I really don't need this job right now. I really just focus on Fortnite, focus on music. So I go home, and the next song I make is I think "Take Me to the Sun." "Take Me to the Sun." I made that song. I put that in the montage. It blows up crazy on SoundCloud. I'm like, oh, that was a sign for sure. I needed to lose that job. So then I'm working on the craft a little more. I decided to hop on TikTok and do something a little different because I was like, the music thing's kind of being stagnant right now. Let me see if I could, because where I'm from, like in the internet culture, I really like memes and making people laugh still. So like in my Fortnite montages, I'll throw a little meme in there every once in a while, make people laugh. So I decided to do covers. I decided to do Fortnite like chipmunk covers. So the first cover I did was Beyonce. I think it was Blue Ivy or something like that. Ivy Blue, whatever that song was called. And I pitched up my voice so high that I sounded like a chipmunk, and it went crazy overnight. It got like 1.5 million views overnight. I was like, bet we doing memes now. So I kept doing that for like maybe a few weeks. I'll even pull it up too, just so I can have some reference. Like,
A liar always wants to prove it.
Mm.
I know it's true, but I'm just saying that's his habit. Like he wants to prove that now, so later he could skip through something. And you'd be like, Well, you know, he would have showed me because he showed me that time.
And putting like the Alvin and Chipmunks over it, and it has like 2.5 million views. And I did that for like
You'll see what I mean, Charlie. It's gonna be moments that we will be like, why doesn't he just show us with his phone?
months straight. And that
I don't know if I believe anything he's saying.
See, there you go. She's picking up on what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, Chad. This guy right here is trying to use this. There's a reason why this is looking forced.
time I had
Look at how he's sweating. He's sweating a lot.
maybe 500,000 followers. I was like, okay, bet it's time to do a little switch up. So I had made this song called "Here With Me." I was watching the Disney movie Up, and I got really inspired by Carl and Ellie's kind of relationship and their story, and how Ellie dies, and Carl has to go to Paradise Falls by himself. I got inspired by that, and I was like, okay, what if I wrote about their relationship, but Ellie stayed alive? And I went to the closet. I was like thinking about Carl and Ellie, and I was like, all right, bet I got to think about a relationship as a really old dude. And
Yeah, I know some people say he was bullied and that's why he was maybe pulled into homeschool, but he talks in an interview we're going to review. I don't know if it's one of the ones today or tomorrow, but he talks about how he had no friends and he was in a dark place and he had no social interaction. And that does, I think, delay you developmentally to some extent.
a really old grandma kind of,
Which doesn't take from the fact that he's a predator because he did continuously go onto Fortnite, talk to kids, which, okay, fine. There's probably a lot of them online still. That doesn't make it okay, but he continued to pursue Celeste, as it said in that document. He paid someone $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone that the defendant purchased so that they could stay in contact, is what the document says.
in relationship. And I made this really beautiful ballad called "Here With Me." And I kept it in the vault. I was like, okay, this is really, really good. Like, it's one of my best songs. But I was like, I had anxiety and I didn't want to put it out because everything I was putting, I was like really sad and stuff like that. So I went back to the closet and I tried to get like in a really, really sad vibe mood. I found another beat on YouTube by this dude named Dan Darmawan, super random. Sound like the instrumental just kind of called to me, kind of just spoke to me. And I went to the closet again, sat down, and I freestyled the entirety of Romantic Homicide in one take. And it was like the first time I really did that. And then after I made that song, I showed it to my mother. And she was like, that song's too violent and too sad. You're not releasing it. My son is not going to be talking about killing people in music.
Killing people in music. But then she was okay with it because I think
That's a great question. So she was okay with him killing people, just not killing people in music.
he was, yeah, you're right. Somebody in the chat said he's obsessed with death. Yes, Mary. He's obsessed with death and himself. But if your mom, so then she allowed it, or after the
He was probably the one that be killing the cats and killing his pets. Somebody got to ask him.
fact, after he became famous, she just no longer cared, huh?
After I made that song, I showed it to my mother. And she was like, that song's too violent and too sad. You're not releasing it. My son is not going to be talking about killing people in music. And I was like, I'm going to take that as a challenge, low key, because like every time that she doesn't approve of something like that's.
He's like Norman Bates. He does everything to try to impress his mother. And thank God this motherfucker got caught now. This motherfucker would have went on tour. He probably would have caught a whole bunch of bodies. That's a fact.
Art and stuff like that, it usually is a sign that I'm supposed to do it, low key. So I waited a couple days. I was kind of contemplating because, like, if she ever found a song online and it didn't blow up, I'm getting my butt beat that same day. So I had to make sure that it was going to do well. So I posted it on TikTok, but I promoted it as Alvin and the Chipmunks. That was my whole gimmick. So I pitched up the audio super high, sped it up a lot, and I was like, Alvin and the Chipmunks are releasing original music, question mark. And that was the key. It blew up. I posted it "Here With Me" with the same thing the next day, and they were both doing numbers at the same time. So I was like, okay, bet.
He had to have known he was going to get caught, you guys.
Back in 2022, not long after the Apple Watch Ultra first hit the shelves, we came out with the T01 Titanium band.
He
Again,
definitely had to have known.
why would he leave the body in the car where obviously the car would be found?
Yeah.
Because really, did he think that nobody was going to find the Tesla or wasn't going to get towed? Like it was just going to sit there forever?
Yeah, that's just too wild to believe.
You know
Don't
what
make
I
no
mean?
sense.
Like, why leave it? I don't.
I mean, but then again, we gotta remember. Look at fucking John Wayne Gacy. He used to put people under the floor of his house, under the floor. Like if all that you had to do was go into his house. Yo, can I come in your house? Oh my God, you got what? Does it smell like dead people in here? Yeah, John Wayne Gacy. Jeffrey Dahmer had him inside his refrigerator. All you had to do was be like, yo, let me get a cup of water. That's it. He gotta kill you.
don't think he likes women. I agree with that comment, Ruth. I get it. I don't think he likes women. I agree with that comment, Ruth. I get that vibe. People shouldn't even blame the parents for his actions. He made his decisions. I agree with that, Lintonero, but I also agree with I think there's such thing as enabling. He was overconfident. Okay, but you guys, he went back. Listen, listen. He went to Santa Barbara the night that he stabbed her allegedly, and she bled out. He went back on the 8th, 3 days after he dismembered her, and went back on the 31st. He had ample time and space to get rid of her body. Not that I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
I wish
He
he
did
would
it.
have. I'm not. I'm glad that they found her body and I'm glad that he's locked up. But I'm just saying, why would he leave her in the car and not throw the body in the water, bury her where he buried the chainsaws? Where's the chainsaws? Where's her fingers? They only found her passport. There's so much more here
Yeah, it's too
going
much.
on. It seems like he mimicked what made Tentacion popular with music. I wonder if he would have become known. Yeah, I agree with that. Hoodies. Tentacion was very unique. The smell on a hot day too. In California, listen, it's raining here today. The weather's so out of control. Um, I think like a day or two ago it was like 90 degrees and that was hot. Agreed, he wanted penance, he wanted the attention. He wanted her to be found. Did he maybe just want to die? To be caught and just die? Like was he suicidal? I'm wondering. Like, is that the end all be all of the climax of the D4vd story? He ends up wanting death for himself, like he portrays it in the videos. Yeah, and if there isn't a trial, we may never know. That part, agree, that part. I still think he wanted to get caught. It's the ultimate clout and visibility, and he's obsessed with death, so he kept her. That was his fault. He couldn't lose her. Why not eat her?
Whoa.
He wanted her to be found on her birthday as maybe, and I don't mean that like disrespectfully, but I believe whatever he was into, some dark stuff. Because a part of me believes it could be very cult like behavior. Because I think someone else was supposed to have to move the cart because he was on tour and
That's
the
a
person
fact.
did not do it.
That's
Maybe
what I'm
someone got
saying.
scared. Profile said he probably planned to dump the body, but it got towed before he could.
That's why I say, Chad. That's how come I think it was more than one person. I don't know if there were two. I don't know if there were three, but I know there was more than one person.
I think he did. I think the body was in the house. I even think he had her in the bathroom for some reason. I don't know. That could just be like a dream I had or something. No, it's from a post that I'm going to show you in a second. That's where it's from. I think that between May 5th, the 8th, and the 31st, when he went back, I think he tried to dispose of the body to some extent. But why did he fail? Question mark, question mark.
I gotta release this quick. I throw it up on DistroKid. I wait for
Well, I mean, we got to remember he was going on tour.
the submission to go through. It goes up on all platforms, and then I'm just watching the numbers just pop, bro. Like 2 songs at the same time. Here with me and Romantic Homicide are going absolutely mental. And I'm like, all right, so how do I capitalize on this? Do I tell my mom that I dropped the song? Is she gonna get mad at me? What's gonna happen? Da 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 da. And I'll wait a little bit longer. I get the first email from the labels, I showed some. I'm like, all right, my mom has to hear about this now. I was like, there's no way I can like sweep this under the rug. I'm getting really famous right now. So I show her the email, and then the instantaneous like mother thought is that's a scam. Like you're not going to LA and meeting any label. Like what are you doing? I was like, I showed her the numbers though. I was like, yo, the song has 100,000 plays. Like
For a mom who didn't want any of it, and he just recently signed over his royalty, or is that what you call it? Royalties, like the owner of
Publishings.
like his LLC. Yeah, his parents are now owners of it. We're gonna talk about the dad in a second. I have something to show you guys. I think someone helped and bailed out. Maybe took money and ran. Maybe Neo question mark the bodyguard Marky that we saw.
Where's Marky?
Cause where is Marky? He's been awfully quiet, huh?
We haven't heard from
He
Marky.
followed the law and showed up to the grand jury.
100,000 plays on 2 different songs. She was like, okay, maybe something's happening here. So I get a couple more emails. I'm going on Zoom calls. My parents are getting involved. My mom has like this huge journal called David Music that she's writing down everything that these people are saying on the Zoom calls. And then we finally fly to LA, and then I meet the team, all these teams, and then we go through the whole rigmarole of meeting with labels and stuff like that. And then I meet with Interscope, who I eventually signed with, and I meet on my team Mogul Vision for management that I signed on management. And then at that point, it was just time to push the button.
Have you ever wondered how content creators are able to quit their job and make TikTok and YouTube videos full time? Well, 3 years ago, I went from
With the music video, though, this happened.
And if he was Celeste 2022, you guys, that's 4 freaking years ago, right? Yeah. Simple math, not on a Sunday. Interscope. I'm wondering if she was ever in a studio or at some of those events, and or can his family or her family go civil with all of that information.
In a second.
Because she was at his concerts and stuff. They knew. I wholeheartedly believe everyone knew she was young or a child.
In the middle of the
Everybody knew
signing
she was a
process. So
child.
I was like meeting
There's
with
no way you can
to
not tell.
kind of figure out how to do creative. At the same time, I'm trying to be business person, David. So I'm trying to be super creative and think of ideas for the song on TikTok and how to make a music video for this whole thing. At the same time, I'm trying to be like real big briefcase, opening the meetings and telling people what I want for my career and stuff like that. And I didn't even know what I wanted for my career. I just wanted to be cool, make music, and play Fortnite, bro. So
I think he changed so much from that other interview too, because the industry. That's a whole nother conversation. But we know the Diddy's of the world, the Britney Spears of
Yeah,
the
love you, little
world,
boy.
how they get
I
groomed
do.
and abused, the Cassies of the world, the Amanda Bynes of the world.
She's
Did he
right,
blur the
Chuck.
lines of reality to create his own music? Was he so twisted in his mind he had to live out these dark thoughts? Yeah, I think. Even someone said, "Are you still dating that minor?" It was no secret. That was the manager. That clip we played with that. Yes.
How you feel, little boy?
He's very dark. And I don't think it was just
I
a
love
random
you.
thing. I think his darkness started as a
Yeah,
child.
you love me.
I
You know
think
what
that
I
he had
want?
behavior, and this is just an
Ice
assumption. I'm
cream.
just guessing. I don't know what
Should
the
go get some
psychologists of the
ice cream.
YouTube say. We are going to review a video about like an analysis. But I
Okay,
think
you
that
want to come with
he was dark from like
me? Ice
maybe
cream is
when he
outside.
started watching that anime, like 5-6 years
Yeah.
old.
You want to go
Yeah,
outside with me?
MDP Psycho Detective. Yes, we did talk about MDP Psycho. It's very, very brutal.
MDP Psycho
Very brutal.
Detective. That's the one.
the
MDP
music
Psycho
video is
Detective.
happening. It's time to start talking about that. I had been a fan of this channel called Overcast for a really long time. I had watched their music videos. They do a lot of things with like underground artists and upcoming artists. I really
No,
had
I'm sorry, puppy.
a liking to their videos. And
I know, puppy. I
Tommy
know.
Killjoy, who is the leader of Overcast, he was like, "All right, bet I'll direct your music video, bro." So I pull up to Arizona with my whole family, and we're talking about like the treatment and stuff like that. And I had the idea to kind of make this first music video introduce a character that I had been kind of ideating
Shut
for a
up, the
really long
puppy.
time. That's why you see him with the blindfold and the bloody shirt aesthetic and the bow tie. I'm really big into anime and I'm really big into manga. And I wanted to make my own manga series at one point, and I was writing a lot of poems and writing a lot of things for it. And a big part of that manga was an evil version of me named Tommy, which means pain in Japanese.
What a fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Should the owners of the manga MDPD go after him for this? They should. Why is he trying to take credit for Atami? We're going to review something with Atami in a second.
And he wears his blindfold, and he's basically an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego. And the story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
Found it.
And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it. Like it was in the vault for like months and months and months. And I introduced it for the first time on screen because I had the opportunity with music to kind of explore this idea further with the Romantic Homicide music video.
Wait,
And
wait.
people were asking so many questions. I was like, yo, this is kind of fire because like nobody would have ever heard of it if it wasn't for this music video. But Atami was the staple of this music video. You kind of see him throughout the entire thing. He's holding the knife with the bloody thing. You get the girl who's basically like the ghost of the person that he killed. It was his first victim.
Damn, legend.
The ghost of the person that he killed.
So,
I know there was another channel that was saying, I think it was Strategic, that was saying that, you know, the anime became his passion. I think he was dark way before the manga and the MDP Psycho, and he's literally stealing their concept.
Person that he killed was his first victim in the manga. And I put that all on screen, and me and Tommy had a great time just like chopping it up and getting to kind of merge creative ideas on the entire thing. And the Bloody Rose aesthetic was birthed in that music video as well, and kind of me representing my entire artistry through this rose, which is like a beautiful thing. It's gonna hurt you with the stems having thorns on them, and that became my entire aesthetic for like the rest of time. I kind of
So we saw the Thorn video that I played earlier with the bloody hands.
While investigating this case at his office.
Watch. I've already shown this on the first, I think, live that we did about
Lord, save me, my drug is my baby. I'll be using for the rest of my life.
MDP साइको मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिटेक्टिव साइको एक ग्रिपिंग मांगा सीरीज है जो कि मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटीज एंड साइकोलॉजिकल थ्रिलर के डार्क वर्ल्ड को बखूबी दिखाती है. दिस मांगा इज रिटन बाय ईजी ओत्सुका एंड इलस्ट्रेटेड बाय सो ताजिमा. ये सीरीज योसुका कोबयाशी की लाइफ को दिखाती है जो कि एक डिटेक्टिव है और वो अपने मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर को बहुत ही बुरी तरह से स्ट्रगल कर रहा है. योसुका की लाइफ पूरी तरह से ड्रास्टिकली चेंज हो जाती है जब एक सीरियल MDP साइको मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिटेक्टिव साइको एक ग्रिपिंग मांगा सीरीज है जो कि
welcome to Otaku No Video. As always, thanks so much for joining me. I'm here today with a review of MPD Psycho Volume 1. gonna be a weird review this time because I couldn't get through it. It's not that long, but and there are two reasons why I couldn't get through it. One is the content. Now, the author stated that one of his goals, in fact, his primary goal, was to disturb people. He said he was tired of, especially war manga and war anime, portraying death as a sort of abstract thing. Oh my gosh, millions of people died. But you never actually see that happening. You never actually see the dead bodies, and dead bodies become very sort of abstract. And seeing a dead body in a lot of these things just isn't really disturbing. And he felt that a dead body should be sickening. It should be disturbing. So his goal was to disturb people, especially about death. And he does that by having very inventive, sick deaths. There are these various murders taking place, and the murderer does these very, we'll say, inventive and very twisted things to various young females. And you kind of see it happening, and it's disturbing. Now, here's the problem. I was disturbed by the stuff I saw, but I need a little bit more than that if I'm going to follow your manga for 13 volumes and counting. It's not done yet. So you need more than just shock value. I mean, I can be disturbed. That's fine. So you need more than that. My problem was his art style. I found, not just his art style, his compositional style, I found very confusing. You'll cut to a shot, and then you'll cut to various characters in the shot. I have no idea who's standing where in relation to what. There's a lot of no background panels, which is normally okay once you know what you're doing, but it's a very disorienting manga. Now, I'm sure one of his things was to try to make you disoriented and weird. The problem is if it's so disoriented and weird that I don't know not only do I not know what's going on, I don't care. I.e., this is just stuff happening, and it's so mysterious, and we have no idea what's going on, that it's just, I'm going to throw what seems like random stuff at you for a while, along with disturbing imagery. I'm sorry, at some point, I'm just going to say, okay, I'm done. You know, I don't find that enjoyable. I don't find that beneficial, you know. I don't mind being disturbed if there's a point to it. But when it's just kind of a confused mess for the first volume, I'm not going to stick around. I'm sorry. And so I tried going through it, but just the compositional style is so jagged, and there are so many characters sort of floating around in space, basically, that I couldn't follow things. And his style is kind of, and I'll put some images up here so you can see. But his style is, I find hard to follow. Hard to make distinctions between characters. You can, but they're close enough that you have to make an effort. And when there's so much other stuff going on, that's a serious problem. So I couldn't get through MPD Psycho. There is a very, very important parental advisory on here. Kids, do not get into this. If your parents catch you reading something like this, I mean, it looks like, you know, deviant porn, basically, in pieces. So just be aware of that. I just couldn't get into it. And it's really not that deep is the problem with it. I mean, MPD means multiple personality disorder. So, like, the main character apparently has multiple personalities.
As you can see, Chad, he's not jacking that shit at all.
I don't know. The mystery just, I didn't find it compelling at all. It's just weird, random, sick, twisted tortures and murders. And I guess the detective is going to eventually find out about it somewhere. And there's a mystery about these tattoos on people's eyes and such. And it's just, you need to do something to pull me in instead of just being in your face, you know, disturbing. Sorry.
As you can see, Chad, he was not jacking that shit for a minute. He said, fuck that shit. I wasn't going to get into not even part 2 of that shit. So I'm going to just say, Chad, we got to get that fucking manga. We got to read that shit. You know what I mean? For now,
The
I'm
dark
going to
and
be back.
disturbing
I'll be back, chat. So peace. When I come back, I'm probably gonna do some gaming. So I'll see you guys in a few. Peace out. And don't forget to subscribe, guys, to the channel. We have a discount on the subs. It would be really good if you guys sub up to the channel and show your love and respect. We'll be back for some Call of Duty later. So stick around. It gets better.